dressed in the same place and rocked it.
Hey everyone, hope you guys are having a great night tonight. It is election night 2024. If you're watching this on TikTok, you may want to jump over to YouTube. It is just with 70% in my bio to get there, because I cannot show you guys the interactive live maps on TikTok. I'm sorry, that's just the reality, but you can see them on YouTube. In fact, actually, let me go ahead and get it thrown up as to where things are standing right now, and we can talk about this and what's kind of going on. If you are on watching this on Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram, you can see the maps and everything like that, so you don't have to go anywhere, but that's up to you. We got Nikki Schmidt, by the way. If you guys don't follow, this is on TikTok. Let me pin her. If you don't follow Nikki, please do. We love Nikki Schmidt around here. She is Gabby Petito's mom. Nikki, Jim, Joe, and Tara all do some amazing things with the Gabby Petito Foundation, helping to raise awareness around domestic violence and change the way that it's handled. Definitely a worthwhile follow if you don't follow her already. Plus, they're wonderful people, so just follow.
None of these states can be predicted.
It's a good one.
But I think
but anyways, if you want to jump over on YouTube, you can. You can see the map there. If not, we're going to be talking about it. We can delve in to different things that are kind of going on right now. And you know, bear in mind, this isn't all official, but it's based on where it's looking right now, and then we can look at some of the light ones. If you look at where this map is looking right now, it's showing 109 electoral votes for Harris. You also show 109 votes for Harris, 198 for Trump. We know that California, Oregon, and Washington, those are all going to end up going to Harris. That's 74 more electoral votes. But anyways, so we're talking about this right here, and I can show you this map live from where we're at on here. Maybe I can even possibly get, let me see if I can figure out a way to push this around and let you guys see it on TikTok.
Of course, our home to the Republican vice presidential pick, the senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance. Has his name on the ticket, do you think, made a difference to turnout?
Kind of see it.
I think it has. JD's the hometown guy. Ohio's very excited to see him become the next vice president of the United States, and I think that has helped boost
what's kind of going on, and we should be able to kind of go in here and see, and y'all should be able to see it everywhere we go. But so these are the states. The ones that are dark red are the ones that have already been called. The ones that are dark blue are the ones that have already been called for Harris. You know, the ones that we're still looking at here are Georgia. At this point, 82% of precincts are in, and it is pretty tight. We can dig into Georgia a little bit deeper. You can see around the metro Atlanta area, Augusta, Savannah, and you've got some counties here. Let me zoom out a little bit more so you guys can kind of see.
Reliably Republican. I mean, what do you think it can tell us about how we might?
So that is where Georgia's at. It's going to be pretty close. Next, you're looking at North Carolina. Let's go there.
Well, I think Ohio's a tale,
and you can see that some of these counties are still not in right now. You're looking at
places like where I grew up in the Akron area, some of these big urban areas around Ohio that had this industrial heritage for many generations.
So you're looking at 72% in, and you can see that these numbers, guys, are fairly tight considering where we're at. Virginia, very tight. You're talking about less than, you know, what, 20,000 roughly votes apart right now.
And of course, Ohio,
Pennsylvania is another one that's really tight. If you look at this, you're talking about a difference of less than 75,000 votes. Here's what you're looking at. You're really looking at this one other county coming in here. It's too close to call. Plus, there are polls that are staying open a little bit later due to long lines. There were people waiting in lines for over 6 hours.
No,
6 hours
so. And
tonight.
Really, it's a shame that it took social
you
media
know, to go in here. So
and things like that to highlight.
So really quite a bit. Michigan's another one to take a look at. Not a lot has been brought in yet with Michigan at this point in time. We have 20%. So one of those key races, 20% is show reporting right here. That's for the 15 electoral votes. But again, you can see that it's very close. 22,000 people to make that difference. By the way, if y'all want to see this a little bit better, a little bit clearer, jump on over to YouTube if you do. Now, there's a lot of states here that are really no surprises so far. All the ones that are dark red are expected to go dark red. Iowa's polling's been a little bit interesting, so that could go either way. You can see that it's pretty tight. Now, what you're looking at with the light red and the light blue, those are red and blue mirages. Now, Does it mean that they're going to change? Not necessarily.
We had families that came in.
My wife is saying, Justin,
hold
on, what's she yelling at me for?
Because it was in a manageable number. Something like 20, 30,000 is just not manageable.
There's tons of background noise on YouTube, she
Ohio
says.
Secretary of State Frank LaRose joining us tonight. Thank you so much for being with us on our program.
Thank you so much. Happy Election Day.
There we go. There we go. Hopefully did that fix the background noise? My YouTube people, let me know. I did something to try to fix that. Let me know real quick. But anyways, so I think that we're probably good, right? It's the map I don't think is making any more noise. Maybe it is. Let me know. Better? Cool. All right. So what you're looking at with the red and blue mirages here is this. You're looking at the light blue and the light red mean that they are having state, votes coming in, precincts are in. That's the way it's leaning based on the actual math. It's not done. Now, do I expect Kansas to go blue? Absolutely not. New Mexico and Arizona are a couple states that we're watching. Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and Pennsylvania are all watching. We know Idaho will go red. Nevada is another one that we're watching. Alaska will go red. Hawaii will go blue. We know that, and these three will go blue as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at with this right now, guys. I wonder if I can, let me see if I can do this real quick. I might be able to show y'all what I'm doing on YouTube. There we go. That might be a little bit easier. I don't know. Why is the swing state that have such a hard time counting? I don't think it's that they have a hard time counting. I think that you have just a lot more pressure on it. So, for example, Wisconsin, right before I got on here, Wisconsin called that they are going to have to recount 31,000 mail-in ballots, so we're probably not going to know anything tonight. Pennsylvania, you've had a lot of, longer lines. With Georgia, you had, and Michigan, Georgia and Michigan, you had bomb threats against both of them. So those are kind of some of the issues that we've been having. So, and why it takes a little bit longer. Georgia was pretty close last election. North Carolina is going to be pretty close. I mean, you can see when you look at these numbers, y'all, this is not, I think y'all can see it better here. TikTok, I think y'all can see this better here. When you look at these numbers, y'all, it's not, they're tight. I mean, this is like 200,000 votes away in Georgia with, a few counties still here. You got all of the metro Atlanta area in, you've got Athens in, you've got Augusta in. I don't know where these are going to go. I assume that these two will probably go red. These two will probably go blue. This is over near that Columbus area. So we'll kind of wait and find out. But, Virginia, you guys saw earlier, we were watching, this is a really good example right here. Virginia was showing a red mirage a second ago, and now they're showing blue, a light blue. And you're looking at 67%. But look how tight that is, guys. It's 14,000 people. 14,000 people. If one reaches the electoral votes first, but some states haven't finished yet, is it called? Then it can be. It depends on what state you're talking about. Like if for example, if Trump gets to where they need, but we haven't had Alaska, but we know definitively that some of these things are going to be the way that they are, then yes, you can call that without having some of these, which means that, if Trump hits that road to 270 prior to Harris, based on everything that's being seen, based on what's being called in, based on county data and stuff like that, then it won't matter the results when these four come in right here, or even these 6 come in. So it's going to really depend on how it kind of goes. That's kind of where we're at looking at this. Let me take a look at the comment. When do I think we'll know we'll win? I honestly will be surprised if we have an answer tonight, because, again, I think that what you're looking at is you're going to see what's coming out from voting from the polls and things like that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe a state like Pennsylvania can't even begin counting, mail-in ballots, things like that, until election night. There are a few states like that are doing that. So it really is just kind of going to depend. It's really going to kind of depend on what happens. But right now, there's no real surprises on this. There's no states that flipped that were, the thing was even expected to be flipped, to be honest with you. I do know that both parties put a ton of effort into both Georgia and Pennsylvania. I can say that definitively. In fact, I was in Georgia last weekend, and for this past few days ago for a wedding, and literally it was just being bombarded with campaign ads on, like, every commercial was nothing but campaign ads. Sammy's saying that Oregon doesn't close the voting cutoff till after 8 p.m. That's correct, but again, it depends on where it's at. We know that Washington, Oregon, and California, those are going to go to Harris. There's zero doubt on that. Nevada's one that we're watching. I know that Nevada's seeing record turnout tonight. Arizona's another one to watch. Again, you can look at this number right here and see. Let me turn this real quick for you guys. You can look at this number here real quick and see that we're looking at, 17,000 away on votes. That's pretty much nothing. The breaking news just came in that all polls just closed in all battleground states, guys. So all polls just closed in battleground states. So, well, thank you, Steph. I appreciate that. We're talking about the thing that was on TikTok. Guys, it's going to be a rough night. Now, here's kind of what we have to go off of tonight. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, obviously. So now Kansas has flipped back to red here. Virginia is still at blue. Pennsylvania's been blue most of the night. It's flipped to red. But again, you can see, guys, you're talking about $120,000 vote difference here. With, I think, looks like this county might be the only one still out. So I don't know where that is in Pennsylvania. I don't know the difference where that's at. So we will have to wait and see. I know that also they extended polls until 9 o'clock, so they're still waiting on that. So we're going to see what ends up happening in Pennsylvania. Idaho will very likely go red. That's typically what happens. Their polls don't close until around 10 o'clock. Arizona's polls have closed. New Mexico's polls have closed. Nevada, I don't know if they've closed yet. California, again, around 10 o'clock. Alaska is going to be around midnight, and Hawaii is going to be around 11 p.m. And these are Central Time. These are Central Time. So that's what we have going on. And I will let you guys know, too, in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to jump off this live, at least on TikTok, because I did create an event for tonight, and if I don't log off this one and log back into that one, TikTok gets mad at me. So in about 10 minutes, we'll do that. I'll only be gone for a second. So somebody asked about Georgia. Georgia's still too close to call. You still have counties that we're waiting to be reported. Coming in here, we have this around Macon. You have these two southern ones. And, you still probably have ballots. Plus, I know that they kept polls open a couple hours later in Georgia, at least at 2 locations. I think in DeKalb, I can't remember if it's Fulton County or DeKalb County, based on threats that came in earlier this evening that caused those polls locations to close down. People ask about North Carolina. North Carolina is also fairly close. You have about 75% of districts reporting. You still have county up here, and you still have this other county around Raleigh. So we'll see what happens with that. Still too close to call, but right now leaning in that red mark. That's kind of what you're looking at here with this. Michigan, I think, is probably going to go blue, if I had to guess. I think Wisconsin probably will also, once they count all the votes and stuff that are being... Minnesota will definitely go blue. I'm confident in that because that is Tim Walz's home state. He's got the home state advantage. So that's kind of a benefit for him that he has there. Plus, he was he's the governor there. They seem to like him there. So I think that you're going to look at these states right here all going blue. Now, Iowa's interesting because Iowa traditionally is red, and you don't see a lot of you don't see a lot of the results in yet. You're talking about 42%, but this is a state that which wasn't initially up in play that might now be up in play based on some results that were coming out in the last couple days. So that's kind of what you're looking at there. Virginia right now, look, Virginia was red a second ago. It's back to blue. Look how tight Virginia is, guys. Look at how tight Virginia is. You're talking 49.4 to Harris to 49. This is a difference. This is a margin of less than 11,000 votes, like 10,500 votes is kind of what you're looking at right here with this. It's really, y'all, it's really small. Like, it's a small margin right here. So, in some of these states, it's going to be tight. And I don't know, let me pull up real quick the map from last last year. So last election, Georgia went blue, Virginia went blue, Pennsylvania went blue, Maine kind of split some of those, and then Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan went blue. You can't see that. You guys are looking at the live map here, but I'm looking at this on YouTube, and you can see that Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. This is all in 2020. So, this isn't out of the game yet. In Georgia, it was very tight by about 10,000 votes. I don't know what it was in Arizona and New Mexico, but it's tight. And New Mexico right now, they got 30% in, and Harris is up by, so it's. You got to remember that New Mexico isn't a very big state, right, guys? So she's up by about 14,000 votes and change. With 30% of the precincts in, we can kind of look at the map there and see what that's looking like. Let me get this pulled back up for you guys here. So look at that. We have Nikki in the house. Nikki, I love you so much. Thank you for coming over. I'm going to put that up there. Somebody asked if the guys' predictions right so far. So the person that Sarah's asking about is Alan Lichtman. Alan Lichtman doesn't go state by state. He does the general election. So Alan Lichtman, for those of y'all who don't know, has predicted, I think, since 1980 or 84, every election correctly, with the exception of one. There's one caveat, and that was the 2020 election with George Bush and Al Gore. And if you were old enough to remember that, that was the first election I voted in. That was one where basically you had... the hanging Chad, and we didn't know for like 35 days, something like that, before we knew. So that was the only one that he got wrong, and he still argues that he believes if votes were properly counted, it would be Gore. But that's neither here nor there. That was 24 years ago. For this election, though, he has predicted Harris, and so we'll see how, this is not a man that's infallible. He uses this based not on personal opinion, but these 13 keys to the White House. And they're just true and false questions, and that's kind of how it looks. And he has predicted Harris to win. So we're going to see what happens tonight, what's going on. It's at this point anyone's race. If you look at the popular vote with what you can see coming in, and California is going to be a lot of this vote, you're not even that far. You have 300 million, 350 million Americans, and you're talking about a margin of about 5.5 million votes for the difference right now as it sits. And there's a lot of red filled in for it to only be the difference of 5 million votes at this point in time. So a lot of this is too soon to call. We're not really sure. But as you can see, all of that whole New England area, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, those have been, is it breaking that he might be projected to? I think that I just saw something. Let me try to look real quick. Let me take a look real quick at something. We might have breaking news here. Let me take a look. Sorry, let me look at my notes here with this. So Trump wins Ohio. That was not a surprise. Milwaukee finishes recounting 30,000 absentee ballots, and they might have asked for a recount, is what I've heard. So yeah, there's a lot going on, y'all. There's a lot going on tonight. I got a lot of things pulled up, a lot of tabs, y'all. So that's right. I might have seen that News Nation might have called North Carolina for Trump. Let me take a look real quick. Yes, so News Nation has projected Donald Trump to win North Carolina. But what's interesting about North Carolina is that the Josh Stein, the Democratic candidate for governor, is projected to win the gubernatorial race. So that's kind of interesting. So somebody just said on here, I saw something about him being at 201. So yeah, different sites and different networks call these differently. I'm doing through Google. I like the way that their map works. I tried to have a map that I could fill in as things came in from different spots, but it was being really glitchy, so I chose to go with this. Now, as you can see on this, we've got a few more to call. We've got Utah and Colorado. Well, Colorado was already there. Utah, Wyoming, Montana. Again, none of that's a surprise. Now, New Mexico, again, it's very close. It was blue a second ago. Now it is red. Arizona, kind of the same thing. I mean, look at that. That is a difference of 4,000 votes in Arizona. That is tight, y'all. That is tight. That is tight. Pennsylvania is still really close, guys. Look at that. Look at that. You're talking about, less than 100,000 votes. The gap keeps closing in. You're still waiting for this county to come in. Other precincts are still doing, and we only have and these are the ones that started to report. These are the ones that have started. 57% of them basically are in. This is for 19 electoral votes. This is a big one. Whoever wins the most votes wins the most. That's it. Wins it. So this one's going to be a close one to watch. It's a key race. We're going to kind of see what happens with that. Georgia, too. Georgia, again, very tight, 150,000 vote difference right now with 88% reporting. So still too soon to call. Anyways, let me do this for my, I think I can do 10 minutes early. Give me a few more minutes and I'll do that. Somebody said they've called Georgia now. I've not seen that yet on my end, but maybe they will. I haven't seen that, but see, South Carolina's called. You can see it on the map. If it's in dark red, it's officially called. If it's in light red, they're still counting. Oh, News Nation called it. Yep, New Mexico flipped again. So this is kind of how it's going, guys. Yes, New Jersey's called it. If you see it on the map and it's in a dark color, it's called. You can. Did Michigan just switch to red? Yeah. So again, this is what you call the red mirage or the blue mirage. That's why you see these states flipping, right? They're counting as counties come in. You might have a more conservative county that starts counting. You might have a more liberal county that starts counting. Those numbers come in and they flip the way the state's leaning for that moment. So you're looking at Michigan, for example, you're talking about 23% reporting. With New Mexico, you're looking at 61% reporting. Arizona, you're looking at 49%. So that's kind of what's going on with this. And a lot of these are very small margins, guys. A lot of them very small margins. So as Victoria's saying, she's saying Trump's at 205, Harris is at 117. Again, it all depends on what network you're looking at, what's calling it. This Google Maps being a little bit more conservative. I like the way that's doing it, so this is what I'm going to go off of. Because you know what? Sometimes races get called too early. We don't know. We'd rather it be whatever. Has West Coast polls closed? No, you have about another 23 minutes on the West Coast for, polls to start closing. Those are all going to be around 10 p.m. Central Time, which is in about 23 minutes. So we're going to see what kind of happens, guys. We're going to see what happens with this. It's a lot. All right, for my TikTok folks, yes, I believe that TikToks is through the AP because it says the AP hasn't called this race. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do real quick is this. To make the TikTok gods happy, I'm going to drop off this live for just a moment. I still am on YouTube. You can see the map a little bit clearer there, but I will be literally right back on. I had just created an event for this race tonight for this election coverage. And so I have to sign off to go sign on to that live so TikTok doesn't get mad at me. So give me a second. I'll be right back and we'll continue to answer some questions, guys. Give me one second. All right, we're going to do this real quick. For our YouTube folks, we're doing this live. We're watching this happen. Let's go ahead and go live for this event. And we'll kind of keep going. Yeah, Michigan. Well, I'm looking at Michigan turned red and then back to blue, I'm guessing is what you're probably saying there. So, again, guys, this is kind of what it looks like. It's going to keep going back and forth. I don't know if we're going to know tonight. Now, what I can tell you for sure is that you're looking at another 74 plus what's a Y? 2 or 3? Let me take a look real quick. Give me a second. They have, what is it? 4. They have 4 electoral votes. So you're looking at 78 that I will go ahead and say that I'm going to call for Harris because California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii, they're all going to pick. So that's going to put Harris at that moment at that 190 mark. So you're still looking at, some key states here that can go. So if you're just joining on TikTok, I had to jump off for a second and come back on to make the TikTok people happy. We are live talking about the race. I've got the map showed up. This is in real time. It is updating in real time. We're able to zoom into different states and kind of see what's going on with everything. We can talk about everything. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them. If you want to see things a little bit better, you can jump over to YT. Link for that's in my bio, and you can see the map a little bit clearer with everything like that going on right now. So that being said, somebody asked if California's ever flipped. Yes, Ronald Reagan. It was red for Ronald Reagan. Somebody asked a great question. Why are all the networks saying something different? Ratings. That's the answer for that. It's ratings. They're going. A lot of them call them based on the things that they know, that they see. And I'm going off this. This is going through the AP. This is going through Google. It's a little bit more conservative of a map because I'd rather be more conservative on it than not. But it is updating in real time, and this is kind of what we're talking about for this. This map I like. It seems to be pretty accurate, and there are some things that aren't called on this map that other news stations have called, so we'll just kind of wait. Somebody asks, is Nashville more Democrat or Republican? Nashville is very, very blue. Nashville, Knoxville, Memphis, Chattanooga, the direct cities are very blue, but there's no world where Tennessee flips. The last time Tennessee flipped was for Al Gore, and I think that was in 2000, and that was it because Al Gore used to be the governor. Are any states flipping right now? Not really. You're looking at your key swing states, which are Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are the states that you're really looking at. And what you're looking at here is red waves and blue, or not red waves, sorry, red mirages and blue mirages. So as we sit here and watch this, because this map is updating in real time, I don't have to do anything to update this map. Right, it's going to do it automatically on its own. We can zoom into counties, though, which is great, and kind of see what percentages are being, reported at this point in time. But as you watch this, you can watch New Mexico and Arizona go from blue to red. Same thing with Wisconsin and Michigan. We've seen it with Virginia. We've seen it with Pennsylvania throughout the night. And what that is it's what the state is leaning at that very moment based on what counties are bringing in. That's kind of what you're looking at right now. So let me get this thing. I didn't realize this was still up. That's what you're looking at right now. So Georgia's still too soon to call news, although News Nation has called it for Trump. North Carolina has been called by News Nation for Trump as well. So that may or may not be. Pennsylvania is very tight, y'all. 59% of districts are in, and you can see right here. And this is one of the key states. They spend a lot of time, money, and effort campaigning in this state. Pennsylvania is, you can see here, you're talking about like 120,000, not even 120,000 vote difference right now, with 60% of the counties in, 60% of the districts reporting. So it's really really close. It's really too soon to call, and it's going to switch back and forth. Like I would bet money, for example, Michigan's a really good one to look at. I would bet money, for example, that Michigan's going to go blue. I would be shocked, as a matter of fact, if it didn't. And right now, you're talking about a difference of 15,000 votes. But let's zoom in a little bit and kind of see what you're looking at. Right here, you're looking at what's reporting, what's not. You can see the counties that aren't reporting at all. And you can see that none of them are in dark colors at this point in time. They're all still light red, light blue, because they're still counting votes and things can flip. So that's kind of what you're looking at right here with this. That's my little counter in the background, guys. So that's what you're looking at with this. Does Harris have a chance? Yeah, I would say that Harris still has a fair chance, depending on what happens. Let's go back to all states. I mean, I don't have the way to show the numbers. I don't know if Georgia and Pennsylvania is going to be a big one. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Now, I expect Minnesota to go blue. I expect Wisconsin. It's on a swing, but I would expect Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan to go blue. New Mexico went blue last time, as did Arizona, as did Nevada. Those are all states that you want to watch. Idaho's going to go red. California, Oregon, and Washington, they're all going to go blue. Alaska will go red. Hawaii will go blue. That's what's going to happen. Somebody's saying that they've called Georgia. I'm guessing they called it for Trump. So if that's the case, that's 16 electoral votes that are going to be in Trump's favor there. Pennsylvania still counting. North Carolina, I've heard that they might have called it. But again, When we know, it's possible to know tonight. It's possible that we won't know till tomorrow. It's possible we won't know until next week. It all depends on what kind of what happens. I mean, if you look at Pennsylvania and Harris or Trump wins that state by like a handful of votes, you're talking 10, 15, 20,000 or less, there's going to be recounts. That's just how it's going to be when it comes down to it. And so we may not know the official answer for that, especially if it ends up being close. Because, you know, you look at these states right here. This right here is another 70, I think this is 54. I think it was like 74, 78, I think 78 between these three and Hawaii. You know, that's going to give her a big jump. Obviously, California is a big prize. New York is a big prize. Florida, Texas are big prizes. So, you know, this is what you kind of have going on. But you know, Texas has 73% in. Florida's got 97% in. And it's still fairly close. I mean, not close enough for a recall, but it's still fairly close given everything. Now, there were some counties here in Florida that Biden had won that they aren't able to hang on to. But you look around Tallahassee, for example, Tallahassee's blue. That's not surprising. Orlando's blue, again, not surprising. And that South Florida area, again, not surprising. So, but I'm not surprised he's winning this one. This is his home state. He is from New York, but lives there now. He's got that home advantage on that. So that's kind of what we're looking at. So if you see it on this map in dark blue, it is officially called. So that's what we're looking at. So right now, New Mexico is, 62% in. It looks like it's probably going to go to Harris based on where we're seeing right now. Arizona, I mean, guys, this is tight. Look at this. Look at this. This is like 1,000 vote difference right now in Arizona. This is tight. This is tight. That's 1,000 votes that you're looking at with 50% of the precincts in. This might be a state we don't know tonight. This might be a state that we don't know tonight. That's very possible. It's tight, guys. I mean, if you want my predictions, Idaho's going to go red. These four, including Nevada, will go blue. I know that Nevada's seen record turnout. I know Pennsylvania saw record turnout. There were people waiting in line for 6 hours in Pennsylvania, so they're still counting those votes. And you know, you have counties still coming in. You have counties that can shift based on what they find as more votes come in. So, so who knows with that? Virginia's kind of the same thing. You know, you got a lot of red here, but they're still counting. A lot of these blue ones can switch. Maybe, maybe not. 73% is in. That's for another 13. So there's a lot going on right now. There's a lot going on right now. Somebody asked, how do they normally count the votes? That's kind of a multifaceted question because it depends on the vote. You have your early votes and your election day voting, which is by machine. Then you have your mail-in ballots, your absentee ballots, things like that. And those, depending on the state, vary the way that they handle those. Some of them you can start counting before Election Day. Some of them you can't start counting until Election Day. Will we know PA tonight? I don't know. How close is Georgia? Georgia apparently has been called by other networks for Trump. I've not seen it here, but Georgia is, let me zoom out here real quick and show you. Georgia is, I mean, it's tight. You're looking at, you know, roughly 140,000 votes, give or take, difference right now. And around the Atlanta area is coming in. Atlanta, remember that Atlanta is a big part of it, and you're talking about 88% in reporting. So I'm reading what somebody said. But that's kind of what we're looking at. What's the score? So if you want to see this better, just so y'all know, you jump over to YouTube, you can see it a lot better. You can see the entire map. But here I can scroll down so you can see hopefully a little bit better. It's 113 to 210 based on where this is at right now. So Colorado's been called. Now, Maine was one that was read a little bit earlier. I'm pretty sure that Maine is one of those states that splits. Am I wrong on that, guys? Is Maine one of the states that splits their electoral votes? I'm pretty sure that they do. Let me go look at this map from last year. Yeah, so Maine and Nebraska split their votes, their electoral votes. And I'm showing on YouTube right now. Y'all can't see it if you're on TikTok, but I'm showing right now what it looked like last year and what some of those strongholds were. So Based on last year, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, they're going to go blue. Pennsylvania would go blue too, assuming it's too close to call. But last year, Georgia went blue, and it appears that it might have flipped back to red. Then last election, you had Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, and Washington also go blue, which again, that's a pretty big advantage. That's a lot of votes right there. It's a lot of votes right there. So, y'all, it's gonna be a lot. Has there ever been a president do 2 split terms? Yes, I believe. Who was it? It was a long time ago. Was it John Adams? Hold on. Let me go get this pulled because, yeah, that's actually a very interesting thing. Let's talk about that and look at the terms here. We got to go way, way back for this one, y'all. So the last time that happened, was it, hold on. Which president was it? There was a president that did a split term. Somebody in my comments know this. Cleveland. It was Grover Cleveland. Is that what you're saying? Let's take a look. No, Cleveland didn't do 2 split terms. Yes, he did. Yeah, okay, it was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So he was elected. He served from 1885 to 1889, and then again from 1893 to 1897. He was the first Democrat elected after the Civil War. He was also the only president to leave the White House and return for a second term 4 years later. So if Trump wins, that will be the second time that happens. Now, I will give you guys a really fun fact about presidents in history right now. There is our 10th president, 12th president. Is our 10th or our 12th? I think it's John. I think it was this one. Yes, John Tyler. Our 10th president, John Tyler, who was born in 1790 during Washington's presidency and died in, I think, 1863. I can't remember. I think it's 1863 or 1862, which is under Lincoln's presidency. That guy still has a living grandson. Living grandson. He's in his 90s. This is a guy born in 1790. So that's kind of a fun fact for you guys that y'all might have not known, but you know now. So yeah, you guys are watching this happen in real time. Let me get this map pulled up right here. Back to this one so y'all can see where it's going. You see that you see the red and blue mirages happening again. You know, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan are all showing red. Again, it's based on what's reporting. Again, I will personally be surprised if these 3, based on their history, go red. Pennsylvania 2. Now, Pennsylvania is going to be really, really tight. Really, really tight. Again, I expect Idaho to go. I expect Idaho, and it's how many electoral votes? I don't know, like a couple, 3, 4, to go red. And I expect these 3 right here to go blue. Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. I expect Nevada and New Mexico to go blue. Arizona, jury's out. Jury's out. You can absolutely make Illinois make sense. Sometimes you can't make Illinois make sense. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. Because you look at this map, and it's like Atlanta. The Atlanta area basically makes the decision for most of the state. All right? Makes it, and in Illinois, Chicago, where the majority of the population resides, most of Illinois is rural. The vast majority of population lives in Chicago, and that's why, you know, your population density is so much higher in your bigger areas. That's kind of how that works. It's a per capita thing. So, and that's just how Illinois goes. That's just how Illinois always goes. But, you know, so somebody in here said that they believe that Arizona's going to go blue. And I mean, look, guys, it's tight. Look at this. I'm showing you Arizona up here where we're looking at. You have 50% reporting. You're talking about 0.2% away. When you look at the actual votes, you're talking about a couple thousand votes away, 2,500, 2,400 votes, not very much. And yeah. South Dakota, so you can already see South Dakota. It's already been called. It's solid red. I mean, you can see the stuff on the map, guys. You can see the stuff on the map. Utah's going to go red. That's not a surprise. That's not a surprise at all to me. Somebody's saying that Georgia and North Carolina are being called red. I don't see them. They've not been called by the AP yet, so I'm waiting on that. So Pennsylvania, you guys keep asking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. Let's delve into Pennsylvania. So right now, 66% of districts are reporting. They're still counting. Now, what I can tell you about Pennsylvania is that they had to keep their polls open. There were people waiting in 6-hour lines to vote today. 6-hour lines. So they still have a lot coming in. So you might still see more coming out of Philadelphia, out of Pittsburgh, out of Allentown. You still have this county. I don't know Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's up here. Some of you, my PA people, might know. So you guys can tell me if there's anything there, but there's more coming in. But it's very tight. So when you really go look at this right here, and let me show PA, you're talking about 140,000 vote difference, which may seem like a lot, but in a state like Pennsylvania where you have high population density, it's still anybody's game at this point in time. Somebody asked who I think will get the White House. So here's how I'm going to pull this up, and I'll tell you how I answer this. And this is not based on this is not necessarily reflective of my personal opinion, although I will give a little bit of my personal opinion here in this. When I look at presidential races, I don't look at the polls. I don't look at what the news says. I mean, I do, but I don't really pay much attention to it. I really focus more on what one person says, and maybe that's stupid, maybe that's naive of me, but that's what I do. And that is Professor Alan Lichtman, because Alan Lichtman has predicted pretty much every election correctly since I think like 1980 or I think 1984 actually, with the exception of 2000, which was the hanging Chad year. But that's kind of the caveat. And he predicted Harris. Now, that being said, as I'm watching this unfold, looking at how some of these states are going, I don't know if he's going to be right this year. So that's my personal opinion on that. That's normally how I look at it. But if you're going by his prediction, then you're talking about Harris. So, somebody asked Professor Alan Lichtman. Professor Alan Lichtman. Do I think we'll have an answer to the president tonight? No, I don't. Professor, you can Google him. Professor, I can put up a picture. If you're on YouTube or any of the other platforms other than TikTok, you can see. So this is Professor Alan Lichtman. Not really the best picture. He has this thing called the 13 Keys to the White House, and basically they're true or false. They're not based on opinions. They're not based on polls. They're based on just true or false questions. Right? That's what it is. So basically you can Google the 13 keys and kind of see what those are, but they're true or false. And if you turn the keys, you turn the keys. That's what it is. So, so we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. I don't know if we're going to know Pennsylvania tonight, guys, honestly. I don't know. How is Utah red if nothing's counted? Because Utah's going to go red. There are certain states that you just know that aren't going to be a surprise. California, Oregon, and Washington, those are going to go blue. I'll call those right now, and their polls don't close for another 2 minutes. In another 2 minutes, they close. So that's why. Idaho, I'm surprised they're not putting it on there. Idaho's going to go red. Nevada, that's one we're looking at. Arizona, New Mexico, that's what we're going to look at. Alaska will go red. Hawaii will go blue. Those are ones that we just know what's happening. These three up here, or these four in this top section: Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Minnesota's going to go blue. I don't doubt that. Wisconsin will probably go blue. Michigan will probably go blue. Pennsylvania, jury's out, y'all. Virginia will probably go blue. In fact, hell, I'll call Virginia now and say that it's going to go blue, and that's going to be an additional 13 votes for Harris. Now, when you look at California, Oregon, and Washington, that's a significant amount of votes, y'all. That's a significant amount of votes when you're looking at those states. So, let's see. You're looking at with California 54. Nevada is going to be another 6, so that puts you at 60. Oregon would be another 8, so that's 68, plus Washington. Where's Washington? is another 12, so that puts you at another 80, and that puts her basically right there. You get New Mexico as well. That's another 5. You get Arizona as well. That's another 11. And if you get PA, that's another 19. So it's still not, that's kind of how it goes. Like, I'll tell you something. Somebody said, all the Republicans from Illinois in here just know you live in the middle of a cornfield. Gotcha. That's what you're saying. So I thought you were saying something else. So yeah, so with Illinois, they can call it because Chicago basically makes the decisions for the rest of the state. It might seem like, let's go into this because we were talking about this, and it makes a really good point. Land doesn't vote. So you might see a lot of solid red here throughout the state. You do, right? This is all solid red. There's nothing out here, guys. There's nothing out in this area. It is a whole bunch of farmland and nothing. And I'm not saying that farmers don't matter. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. But there's not a lot of population. The population for the state of Illinois is predominantly in Chicago, Peoria area, around those big cities. And that's why you're seeing them make the state, because the land, even though you might like, okay, look, it's just this one little blue dot around Chicago, we can ignore this. That's still the one who makes the rest of the decisions there. So you live in Illinois, and I'm wrong. I've driven through Illinois a lot. There's a lot of farmland out there, and Chicago does make the decision for the bulk of the state. As you can see in this map right here, you can see a lot of solid red going on, and with the exception of Peoria and Chicago, it's all red. The same thing interesting about California. California's got a lot of got a lot of rural land, a lot of farmland that's red when you look at the counties. But Kamala's gonna. Harris is going to have California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii. I will call that. Trump's going to get Alaska and Idaho. I'll call that. New Mexico and Arizona. So something must have gotten called for Harris, because she just jumped to 179. I don't know if it was officially Colorado. Oh, there it is. They just called. Here we go. They just called California and Washington. Those popped up right there. So again, look at this. So right now, let's kind of just let you guys know that the polls have closed on the West Coast, and so you're going to start seeing results. But look at this. California, 0% reporting. Washington, 0% reporting. They went ahead and called it because you just know how it's going to go. So now you just saw a big jump with that. Idaho's done now too. Again, told you we would call that. That's going to go red, 100%. There's zero doubt about that. And when you get to 12 a.m. Eastern time or Central time, which is in 2 more hours, Alaska will immediately go red. And then at 1 a.m. or 11 p.m., I guess is when they do it Central time. I'm surprised, actually. So I guess polls in Alaska stay open a little bit longer. In about an hour, when the polls close in Hawaii, that'll automatically go blue. Nevada, that's one of the states we're watching. It's a key race. We don't know yet. Nevada did go blue last time. Arizona, New Mexico went blue last time. Oregon and its 8 votes are going to go blue. We know that for sure. So apparently somebody did say a couple networks have said that Georgia and North Carolina are called. Associated Press has not called it yet. Pennsylvania is making a lot of people nervous because it is tight. It's very tight. I mean, look at this. You're talking about, again, 140,000 votes. That's what you're looking at. It's with 69% reporting in. Reporting means that the districts, counties are reporting into the officials that here are the results that we're seeing. And you can go in based on what you're doing, and you can see that nothing is solid anywhere in Pennsylvania. Like you go, for example, to New York. Let's go to New York, for example. Oh, that's not it's a bad example. Let's go to Florida. That'll be a good example. You see that you have some solid red, some solid blue. It means that we know that that's been called for those counties. That's what's going on with this. And again, if you want to see this map better, you can jump over to YT. Link is in my bio. You can see the map in full without me having to zoom in and out. It just kind of shows up on the screen. So somebody's Alaska closes at 8. I guess they're just not expecting results till around midnight then. Can I zoom into Georgia? Yeah. So Georgia doesn't have anything that's solid at this point in time either, but other networks have called Georgia with 90% in, has called Georgia for Trump. I've not seen that yet through AP. My guess is that's where it's probably going to be called. You can see that it's very tight when you look at the numbers, but it's not been official. Same with North Carolina. We've seen that same kind of thing. Now, there is a bigger spread with North Carolina than there is with Georgia. But PA, y'all, PA is tight, guys. PA is real tight. See, Oregon, they've gone ahead and put that in the light blue, so they're expecting, with 44%, and they're expecting that will, go to Harris. When that does, that'll be another 8 votes. Yeah, Oregon's going to be blue. Exactly. Where do you find the link in my bio? Directly under my name. You should see a link to... somebody said, how is Minnesota leaning red? That's a great question. So what you're looking at here is what's called a red mirage, okay? I believe that that Minnesota is going to go blue. That's based on past results. That's based on the fact that Tim Walz is the governor. But right now, they're only showing 11% reporting. If you zoom in a little bit more, this is what you can see. You have all of these counties here that haven't even begun to start reporting, including some around Minneapolis, St. Paul, some around Duluth. You still have a little bit going into here. I don't know how they typically go, but it's going... Once you get more in, it'll switch back. So what we've seen happen throughout the night with Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and even North Carolina is they'll go blue, they'll go red, they'll go blue, they'll go red based on who is currently who's currently reporting what districts are counting, what numbers they have, because the way that the map works is it goes based on the actual numbers. So on what's counting. So even if Trump or Harris is up by 1 point, it's going to show that color. Why are they saying that she got California when they just closed the polls? Because, Anna, she's going to get California. There are certain states that you just know that you can call. Trump had some in his favor, too. Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. Those were all, South Carolina, those were all called like that, because they know that that's how they vote. That is the typical, yeah, exactly. It's automatically red. California, automatically blue. I'll give you 2 more that aren't even showing up yet. Down here, Alaska and Hawaii. Alaska's automatic red. Hawaii's automatic blue. That's how they do it. Doesn't matter. They'll come in and they'll show you what the numbers are of the actual vote, so you can see the popular vote in comparison to the electoral vote. But that's how they can do that. That's how they can do that. Somebody said these electoral colleges numbers are incorrect. No, so actually these numbers do not include anything projected. Any of the ones that are in light blue are not counted at all towards these numbers. They've not been counted. So anything in light blue or in light red has not been counted towards the person at all. So that's actually completely incorrect. There are sites that do that. This is not one of them. If the AP hasn't called it, it's still in the light blue or light red. They're still waiting for numbers. Like Maine has not been called. New Hampshire has not been officially called at this point in time, even though we know that that's how it's going to go. That's where it's at. So that is incorrect, is all I'm going to say. Does she have a chance? Absolutely, she has a chance. She absolutely has a chance. How close is Virginia? Not that close. I mean, close, but not that close given population. I think that Harris has Virginia locked up. I think that Trump will probably get Georgia and North Carolina. Pennsylvania's a crapshoot. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. My prediction is that they're going to go blue. New Mexico, I believe, will go blue. Nevada, I believe, will go blue. Arizona is really, look at this, guys. Arizona is a really close one to watch. You're looking right here at 2,000, 2,500 votes, roughly, not even, of separation between the two. And there are a couple of people who are in here from Arizona that have said that they believe it will flip back to blue. Pennsylvania's close. It's they've been showing. So if you look at this now, it's about 140,000 votes away. Difference with 72% in. So there's a lot with that 28% coming in, depending on where those are coming in. It is way too close to call. Michigan's got 28% in, but not a lot of the bigger areas. You still have stuff around Lansing. You still have stuff being counted in Detroit, around Flint. So we'll see what kind of happens with that. Plus, you have the UP up here. And again, 29% reporting, way too soon to call. With Wisconsin, Same kind of thing. You're talking about not that much. You only have 62% reporting. Minnesota, 12% reporting. So it's still very, very early to call. Virginia, we just talked about. Virginia has got 75% reporting. I'm going to say that I believe that one goes to Harris. I think Georgia and North Carolina are going to be Trump based on the fact that other people have called them, based on where the numbers are looking at. I believe that obviously Washington, Oregon, California, that's blue. I believe that Nevada will be blue. I believe that New Mexico will be blue. Arizona, I'm not fully convinced. Either way. Alaska will be red. Hawaii will be blue. When do we know? Don't know. Can I zoom in on Wisconsin? Sure. We can zoom in on Wisconsin. 62% reporting. Still a lot of areas still out. And just remember, when you have the blue and the red areas that are light like that, it means that they're still reporting those numbers, and that's the way that it's leaning at the moment, a red or blue mirage, possibly. Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania are going to be ones to watch, though, for sure. Will PA go blue? I don't know. It went blue last time. Has Iowa gone red? Yep, Iowa went red. They've called that by AP. They've called that. 75% in, but AP's seen enough of the trends to know that they believe that that's where it's going to be. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, they're still counting. Those are. I will bet money that I would bet money those are going to go blue. It's going to be a long night, guys. It's going to be a long night. I hope you have your drinks. Can the votes change if they call a state too early? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I like this map right here, because I feel like some networks will call the states a little bit early, whereas this right here will be a little bit more conservative on it. Oh, Tennessee, that was a given. Are there two kinds of electoral votes? No, there's one electoral vote. You know, each state gets amount depend. And so Tennessee's got 87% in. I mean, you guys asked about Tennessee. Nashville has got most reporting. Memphis is kind of coming in. Nashville and Memphis are going to be your bluest areas. But, I mean, it's Tennessee, y'all. I live in Tennessee, by the way. I live in the Nashville area. And, I mean, look at that. I mean, you're talking about a 1 million vote difference, pretty much. California, Diana, you have a better chance of... let me see a good state. You have a better chance of Tennessee going blue than you do of California going red. Georgia, some networks have called it for Trump already, but it's very tight. It's very tight still, as you can see right there from that. We can look at Oregon. Oregon's going to go blue. It's one that's almost not even worth looking at because it's going to go blue. But you look into it. Here you go. This is what's reporting. 51% are in. When you look at that, you see that there's a couple 100,000 point lead on Harris. And Oregon's going to go red. Some of these states, guys, are gimmies. Some of these states are gimmies. They're not ones that that are worth watching. Like like most of the Bible Belt's going to go red. You know that. Like that's not going to be a surprise. Now, what was a surprise in North Carolina is that they elected a Democrat governor tonight, but the presidential race is still out. It looks like it's going to be called for Trump. But again, it's very close. You're talking about 130-something thousand vote difference right now with 88% in. Iowa is not blue. Iowa is red. It's been called. Yeah, I know you guys keep asking about PA. I don't have any new news for PA. Let's do a fun little poll here. Let's do this real quick. I'll do it this way. Okay, the question's going to be, and I'm going to go ahead and run this poll for 60 seconds. Who do you think is going to win tonight? You can choose to give it that way or not. And that's for the people on TikTok because you guys can't see stuff as well as other people do. But there's a poll up there if y'all want to do that. How many electoral votes are in Alaska? That was the question. Alaska has 3, and Hawaii has 3 or 4? 4, I think. Four. Nevada is going to give you 6. New Mexico is going to give you 5. Arizona would give you 11. So, again, none of those have been called yet. If she gets Arizona, that's the 11. She's going to get the 4 from Hawaii, so that's 15. If she gets New Mexico, that's another 5, so that's 20. Nevada, that would be another 6, so 26. Plus Oregon would be another 8, so 34 added to that number. You know, it's tight. So then you're really looking at these 4 up here, these ones up here, the 10, 10, and 15, and then Pennsylvania. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to be coming down to Pennsylvania tonight. I think that's really where it's going to be. It's going to be a make or break, very likely with Pennsylvania. That's my thoughts on that whole thing. I think that, you know, what you see right now with Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, that's the red mirage. I think that they're going to turn blue, stay solid blue. That's typically how they go. I think Virginia's going to go blue. I think Georgia and North Carolina will probably go red. Alaska and Hawaii, that's Alaska red, Hawaii blue. Simple, easy. That's what happens. And yeah. Obviously, historically, Washington and California. So if people are asking if things have been called, if you see them in a dark color, not a light color, it means that they're called. Associated Press has already called them. It's done. Those states, they know where they're going to go. Did Pennsylvania go blue last time? Yes. Why does Alaska and Hawaii automatically have one color? Because they haven't been called yet. Their polls are still open in both those states. Can I zoom in on Texas? Yeah, Texas went red. They've got 75% reporting. It's 1.3 million difference. Went to Trump. You still have some areas and counties that aren't reporting, but I don't see that changing. I mean, it's Texas. How do they know they won't switch? Because you know, it's historical. There are states that you know are going to vote the way they're going to vote. That's people asking, how can you call it with 0? Let me tell you something. I can tell you this. I will call California for 2028. California, Oregon, Washington. I'm going to call it right now. They're going blue. You can call states like that because they always vote the exact same way. They always vote the exact same way. That's how you can do that. There's nothing really to zoom in on California. They're not reporting anything yet. Or it's 3%. 3% reporting. It's kind of what you're looking at in California. Minnesota, somebody asked about that. I think that these top 3, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, I think those are all going to go blue. I think that she's got those in the bag. What you're looking at is a red mirage. People keep saying that Georgia is there a chance Kamala wins? Yeah, absolutely. There's a chance both of them win. This is a tight race. I'm still seeing 90% on Georgia right here. This is a tight race, guys. Isn't Michigan more predictable? Yeah, Michigan's one of the ones that's to watch. But I mean, just historically and traditionally speaking, I think it'll go blue. That's just my opinion. You know, we'll see. I think that all 3 of these. Wisconsin's another key race to watch. You know, both of these states are. Minnesota, not so much. That's Tim Walz's home state. It's going to go blue. And my prediction is these 3 will go. So I think that, like I said, I think that what you're going to come down to is Pennsylvania. The jury is out for me for Arizona. I think Oregon, Nevada, and New Mexico and Hawaii are going to go blue. Alaska's going to go red. Arizona, I'm not sure. Pennsylvania, I'm not sure. It's whoever hits 270 first, correct. Why is the New York Times in a hurry to announce the winner? Views and publications, that's why. Yeah, I mean, Oregon hasn't been called officially on this map, but I mean, I called Oregon. Nate goes, it's not going to be close. It's already close. It's already close when you look at the states that you know how they're going to go. It's already close. It's going to boil down to Pennsylvania. Is probably what's going to happen. Pennsylvania and Michigan. Can I show Mississippi? Yeah, it's right there. I mean, there are certain states, though, guys, that it's kind of pointless to I'm not trying to be whatever about your state, but like I live in Tennessee, it's kind of pointless to show them because you know how they're going to go. Like there are certain states here, like everywhere in the Bible Belt, everywhere in the Farm Belt, with the exception of Illinois, those are going to go and maybe Ohio flips sometimes, are going to go red. That's just how it is. West Coast states, New England states, those are going to go blue. That's just how it goes. Could Arizona go to blue? Absolutely. Alabama will always go red. Yeah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, this whole corridor from North Dakota down to Texas, that's always going to be red. Now, Iowa could have flipped. I could see Missouri flipping in the future, but like your Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina. Now, look, if you notice, North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump at this point. That's an announcement that we can call, is that they called North Carolina. That was one of the states that we've been looking at. And that one's been called. So who do I think is going to win? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Ohio's gone blue before. That's why I said it could be a swing state. But J.D. Vance is from Ohio, so he's got that home team advantage kind of thing. So I would have predicted that to happen. Virginia is still counting. Virginia is still counting, and it's tight. But I think that Virginia's going to go blue. That would add another 13 to Harris. But Trump obviously is 40 away at this point. He's waiting on Georgia. That'll be 16 if he gets that. She can't come back. She absolutely can come back from this because you're still looking at all of these states here, these states here, and Pennsylvania. She absolutely could come back from that. It's not over for anybody. I don't think that we're going to know tonight what's going to happen officially, to be honest with you. It's still both. Because you guys are not, because a lot of y'all aren't looking at some of these bigger states, and some of them have pretty big electoral votes. You know, Michigan has 15, Wisconsin has 10, Minnesota, which they're definitely going to win, has 10. So right there, you're looking at 35 votes. Plus, then you look at the 13 from Virginia, because I think she's going to take Virginia. Then you have another 13 going there. You have New Mexico's 5. You have Nevada's, 3 or 4 or 5. Oregon's 8. Hawaii's 4. So it's still very possible. Now, I think that Trump's going to get the 16 out of Georgia. And Pennsylvania is going to be a crapshoot, guys. Pennsylvania is going to be tight. North Carolina was called by the Associated Press. Hawaii is going to go blue. Hawaii always goes blue. But the Associated Press hasn't officially called it, so the number's not counting in the electoral vote. Just like I think at this point in time, I think that the only other and I'm predicting this. I think the only for sure one that we have left for Trump outside of Alaska is going to be Georgia. So from there, everything else, guys, is still up in the air. So if he gets Georgia, if he gets Alaska, Alaska's going to put him at 3, another 3. So that's 233. If he gets Georgia, that's going to be 16. So that'll put him at 249. That's not 270, meaning that Harris can still come in and win Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. She will win Hawaii, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. So there is still a path to victory without Georgia. Hell, there's actually still a path to victory, albeit a very slim one, without Pennsylvania. So it's going to be tight. Somebody asked about refreshing. This map, I do not have to refresh. Somebody says my numbers are wrong. I love when people say that. These are the Associated Press's numbers. They're not wrong. They are correct. Whatever you're looking at is wrong. You are the wrong one. This is the Associated Press. They are conservative what they call. They don't prematurely call. They don't prematurely electorate. That's what I'm going to say. Hover over Colorado. Yeah, Colorado's been called 64 reporting. I mean, pretty big gap there. Well, Harris win Minnesota. Yeah. Yeah, that's Tim Walz's home state. They got the hometown advantage there. Yeah. So it's yeah, it can be Arizona's tight. So I don't know where Arizona's going to be. Look, I mean, Arizona's tight. And we haven't seen an update in numbers from Arizona in a bit. I don't know if we'll know Arizona tonight. New Mexico, I think, is going to go blue. Oregon, obviously, is going to go blue. They must have just called something else for her because it went up it jumped up again. What did they call? I can't see what they called officially. But it jumped up to 187 to his 230. Washington was already called. I can't predict who's going to win at this point, guys. I just can't. Pennsylvania is at 76% reporting. And, guys, it's tight. You know, you have some big metropolitan areas. We'll scroll into Pennsylvania. You have some big metropolitan areas in Pennsylvania, guys. And by the way, if you want to see this better, I will say jump over to my YouTube, and you can see this a little bit better. But yeah, this is who we have in Pennsylvania. And you still have one county up here. And I haven't really seen the numbers move in a bit. I know that they had really long lines. It's going to take so much. So even with Pennsylvania, he could still lose. That's the thing. So it's not over yet. So nobody break out your champagne on either of your candidates yet, because it's going to be a long night, and there's a chance that we don't know you tonight. You heard California was shifting. I don't know who told you that. California has always been blue, with the exception of Ronald Reagan. It will continue to be blue. Nobody said that he's losing, or people are like, he's not losing, 100% winning. Guys, yeah, some of y'all need to take a civics class, because you guys don't obviously understand what this looks like. We can't call anything until we know. Like, there are certain states that we know, right? We know, like Oregon now has been officially called, is what we're saying here. But you can't. There are still a lot of big states, a lot of decent sized number electoral votes here that are still in play for both candidates. So we don't know yet. I mean, you know what? Have fun though with it. You know, you support your candidate. Cool, I get it. That's fine. But you know, it's fine. But I'm just saying, don't put the cart before the horse, because you could end up being disappointed, and that's for both sides. Why is Minnesota red? So let's talk about why you have light red and light blue with some of these, okay? So light red and light blue mean that votes are still coming in, and that's the way it's leaning at the moment. So if you have a lot of rural districts reporting that are typically conservative, it's going to lean red. But then when the more liberal, more democratic districts start coming in, those numbers start populating. It can swing back to blue. We've seen that happen all night. It's been solid for a little bit. We haven't had updates in them, but Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, as a matter of fact, they've all gone back and forth. New Mexico and Arizona have done the same. It means that it's not called yet. Let's look at Michigan's number. 32% of Michigan is reporting. You scroll into Michigan a little bit too. You can see there's some districts that still aren't reporting. You don't quite have all of Detroit in yet. You don't have any of all of them in at all. Even up here on the Upper Peninsula, on the UP. Why does Nevada have nothing? Because their polls just closed, and they haven't started reporting. That's why. And this is a key race. It is a potential swing state. I believe it will go blue. Zoom in on Maine. So Maine is one that splits their votes. And so this is kind of where you're looking at. So, so it's not a winner take all. They have 4 electoral votes total. Somebody could win 3 and somebody can win 1. It just kind of depends. Just like New Hampshire hasn't been officially called, but that will go blue as well. Can Texas still flip? No, Texas is called. Texas is done. Georgia's looking like it's going to probably go to Trump. Pennsylvania's still out. These three, I believe, will go blue. By the way, if you are here for the first time, we have 17,000 people in here. That's a lot. Wow. Thank you guys so much for supporting. Please consider hitting the follow button. I typically do true crime, current events. We do it from a very factual standpoint with the information that we give, so we don't give a lot of sensationalism type of stuff. So please consider to do that. Same thing with Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube if you're watching there. Some people asked, how can she still win? I'll tell you how both of them can win. So Trump, I think, is going to get Georgia. That's going to put him at 246. He's going to win Alaska. That's going to put him at 249. He can win Pennsylvania, which is 19 votes. So that will put him at 268, right? That puts him at 268. if he wins, and he'll win Alaska. I think that's the thing I said that. So if she wins Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, she could still win. Because she'll also get Hawaii. That's going to be a blue one. So that's what I'm saying. It's still not over. And if you look at how these states vote, typically, they typically go blue. So that's what I'm saying. So he can get very, very close, but there's still a chance. This is not going to be a landslide for either one of these candidates tonight, guys. This is going to be a very close race, no matter what happens. Michigan, again, right now when you're looking at the light blue and the light reds, these are red mirages, blue mirages based on what's going in. That means that's just looking at like what it's called right now. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, there has been extreme voter turnout, a lot of new registered voters, a lot of Gen Z getting out the vote, a lot of people, standing in line for a long period of time. So for those of y'all who have been the ones doing that, thank you guys for contributing to your civic duty and going out. Maine will go red. That's something that I highly doubt. Now, what I think will happen with Maine is Maine splits their votes. I think Harris will get 3, Trump will get 1. New Hampshire will probably go blue. That would be surprising if they didn't. So again, we're still here. We are still here, and we'll see what it is. I don't think it was not this close this last election. So it's that's what I'm saying. I'm not willing to call it for either candidate at this point. I'm not willing to say, oh, Trump's got this in the bag or Harris has this in the bag. I'm not willing to do that because we've seen elections get really close. We know it all. In 2000, it all came down to Florida. Florida was the one that made the decision. Who I voted for is none of y'all's business. It's my answer to that. I don't do politics on my page. I will talk about things like this, but I never give my personal opinion because I don't want to alienate 50% of my followers. That's why. So that's why. So because here's the thing, I'm not a political creator, guys. I talk about news, current events, and true crime. That's what I do. So I will come here and I will give you news based on what's going out in the world. And sometimes people want to see, or people will go and say, oh, you have a bias, right? I've had people tell me that I'm MAGA. I've had people tell me that I'm clearly a lunatic liberal. I've had both of those things said where people don't really know where I stand. And I stay that for it. Where state am I in? I live in Tennessee. I live in Nashville. So yeah, see, Minnesota went back to blue. That's what you're kind of going there, and it's light blue. So there are 530 electoral votes. So who hits 270 wins? Correct. Show Tennessee. I mean, there's no point to showing Tennessee, guys. Tennessee is. I mean, you're talking about a 1 million vote difference, basically. I mean, there ain't no world where Tennessee is going to flip. Can I show PA? PA numbers have not changed. They've not changed in probably the last hour. Yeah, I can show North Carolina. I mean, North Carolina's called for Trump. It was close. I mean, you're looking at 130,000 vote difference where it's at now. Arizona's too close to call at this point. 50% are in, and it's a tight race. We've seen that this number has, like Pennsylvania's not updated in quite a while. So when you look at the blue and the red, these light-colored states, the light red, the light blue, those can still flip back and forth because things are coming in. So, again, like I said, that's as they're counting votes. Pennsylvania is very close. I don't think we're going to know Pennsylvania's tonight. Are there any blue areas in Oklahoma? Let's take a look. No. There's no blue areas in Oklahoma. I'm not surprised by that. I mean, California's 25% in. California's blue. I mean, California, Oregon, Washington, those are blue. All day long, those are blue. I see what area is blue in Arkansas. I'm going to guess Little Rock, if even that. Yeah, Little Rock. Oh, this area over here. I don't know what area this is. Oh, that's like West Memphis kind of area. So, okay, so that's why that makes sense. This is all that Memphis area and then Little Rock, so that would make sense. But, yeah, that's... New Mexico has been officially called... I didn't mean to do that. That's the wrong one. New Mexico has been called for Harris. That's an additional 5 electoral votes in her corner. Yeah, that's where that is. Oh, there's a lot of blue in Tennessee. Nashville and Memphis are blue. Can I show Texas? Iowa. Oh, let's do Iowa first. That's an easy state. You have a couple places in Iowa, not much. And then Texas. There's blue in Texas for sure. You have here, you have around San Antonio. You have a little bit around Dallas, Houston, Austin, not surprisingly. I don't know where the rest of Fort Worth is going to go, but yeah, you definitely have blue in Texas. So New Mexico has been called. By the way, if you are new here watching on where, first of all, if you want to, you can, my link to my YouTube is in my bio. If you want to jump over there, you can see the map a little bit better, just to let you know. If you want to stay here, totally fine. But if you are new here, please consider hitting that follow button. That's a free thing that you can do. Massive solid and tap that screen. Get this out there to more people. That's, again, something free that y'all can do that tremendously helps me out. I appreciate that. Let me switch real quick and show you guys where we're at on Senate races, if I can. So Democrats have lost 2 seats in the Senate so far tonight. Republicans have gained 2 seats. And in the House, Democrats have lost 2 and Republicans have gained 1. As far as governors go, I don't know what the difference was before starting out. But, yeah. Now we're back to this. Pennsylvania is going to be a very tight state. Somebody wants to see Kentucky? Sure. And then real quick, I'm going to, because that's Lexington, I'm going to real quick focus on my YouTube people because they've been asking me questions too. You guys want to see Wisconsin and Michigan. Let's move that here closer. Let's do that real quick. So Wisconsin, you're talking about 68% of the vote coming in. It's very, very tight. You're talking about like, you know, what's that, 70,000 votes, 80,000 votes difference right now. Michigan, same thing, 37% in. You're talking about 100,000 vote difference. Probably out the metro areas going in. We have nothing yet for Nevada, nothing yet for Alaska. Georgia has not. Now, I know other networks have called Georgia. They've not been officially called. And this map that you're looking at, guys, this map that you're looking at it shows that if you see a light red or a light blue, it means that number, the electoral votes from that state, are not reflecting in that upper total up there. They're not showing that. They're not showing that. I'm focusing on YouTube just for the moment because I've had a lot of it. I've been focusing on TikTok the whole night. Let me look at YouTube real quick. Somebody said if there's still counting votes, why can't the state be changed after it's been called? It can. It's happened. But the ones that AP typically call are ones that they feel very confident in. Somebody asked how Nebraska and Maine. So Nebraska, I mean, that's red for sure. You know, I would call that tight in any other state because you're talking 298,000 versus 243. You're talking about 50,000 votes basically, but it's Nebraska where your population is like nothing. Somebody asked what states split. I believe it is Nebraska and Maine are the ones that split. And so here's Maine currently, 27% reporting, so not that many quite yet. You guys asked about Nevada. Nevada's not showing yet. Nevada's showing nothing yet. Could she take Georgia given the larger centers are blue? Very possible. I've seen other networks call Georgia. It's not looking great for her for Georgia. I'll say that right now. It looks like Georgia's probably going to go to Trump. But yes, I mean, it's still anybody's game. But I would say if I was a betting man on it, I would say that Georgia's probably going to go to Trump. Let me see if I can back that up a little bit. I don't know what my prediction is. I don't know. I think that it's too tight to call. Here's where Wisconsin is right now. Honest question, is there any way Harris could pull a win? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Nevada, we don't know. Nevada's not even, they've not even started reporting yet. Nevada's not even on the table yet for discussion. I believe that Wisconsin and Michigan, though, will probably go blue. Pennsylvania is going to be a crapshoot, though, guys. But if she wins Arizona, Nevada, and Hawaii, and plus these 3 up here, then, and Virginia, then it's still anybody's game. So we're going to see. Someone said Nevada is staying open 3 hours or longer because lines are too long. That would make sense. I mean, that's a good thing. I know that Reno, they were talking about today on Reno, had, so I'm going to move this real quick, had massive turnout, more than they've ever seen before. So I do know that. Let me get some updates real quick, see if we have anything new coming in here. Outstanding Georgia. Okay, so let's talk about Georgia real quick. This is about 3 minutes ago. Georgia votes include in-person from Metro Atlanta and absentee from Savannah. Those are what's still absentee. So that's outstanding votes. So there's still outstanding votes from Georgia, and those include in-person from the Metro Atlanta area and absentees from the Savannah area. That's why it's not been called yet, because those areas tend to be blue. They believe that there's roughly 400,000 outstanding ballots still in Georgia who are in person and from the Metro Atlanta area alone. There's also 2 batches of absentee ballots, including 10,400 in Chatham County. That's the Savannah area that still need to be sent in. Some context to keep in mind when we're talking about Georgia. Key suburban counties in and around the Metro Atlanta area, like Cobb County, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, and Fulton counties, are the ones that we are going to watch. They could make or break that election. I can tell you, too, that DeKalb County had, I think, like 17 separate threats today to different polling locations, or threats at 17 polling locations. So they had to, close a couple early and then reopen in the Lemon State later. Both candidates did make visits to cities like Savannah to rally voters. And then Harris and her campaign embarked on a 2-day bus tour in August around parts of the state that had been untouched previously by Democrats. So that's what's going on with Georgia. That's kind of why it looks the way that it did. So now the Harris campaign chair said that get some sleep. We won't know, results won't be known for hours. And a blue wall is still well within reach. That's coming from the Harris campaign. It's 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. Most polls are closed in most of the country, and so we're just kind of keeping up to date on that. By the way, you can see Arizona right here. Arizona is still counting ballots, 50% in, and it is a tight race. These numbers haven't really updated in a while. Pennsylvania's numbers haven't updated in a while. Oh, there they go. They just went a little bit. So now it's a couple 100,000 different lead, 80% in, with metro areas still out. So again, anything can happen. Nevada's still not there. Somebody said that they stayed open a little bit late tonight. But so, yeah, you still have Georgia in play, apparently, despite what other networks have said, because there's 400. Look, let me show you Georgia. Let's go into Georgia real quick, okay? So when you look at Georgia, you're talking about a difference here of about 130,000 votes, right? That's what you're looking at. And there's still 400,000 votes outstanding in Metro Atlanta, another 10,400 votes outstanding in Chatham County. Those are predominantly blue areas. When you're looking at counties like DeKalb County is going to be predominantly blue, y'all. That's just how it is. Cobb County's kind of split depending. It tends to go blue more than it goes red. Gwinnett County and Fulton. So Fulton, it depends. So if you're looking at areas like Alpharetta, that north. So there's a little area in Atlanta. Let me see if I can show you this. I grew up here, so I can kind of talk to this a little bit. All right, so when you look at, let me see how much can I zoom in more? Here, all right, I'm gonna zoom in here. So here, right here, let's look at this county right here. If you guys can see that here, hopefully. I know y'all can't. Yeah, you can. So when you look at this counties right here, okay, you can see these lines a little bit, and you can see that this right here, this little weird with this like hourglass thing and goes up here. This is Fulton County. So I grew up right here where kind of this mouse is, okay? That's where I grew up. And this area is all very blue. This area up here, when I was younger, at least tended to be red because this was typically the more affluent areas, the areas that typically, so during the baseball strike, the Olympics, things like that, they would split the county and make North Fulton pay for a lot of that and separate it from the South Fulton area. So this area typically goes a lot red, and that's still part of Fulton County. At least it used to. That could have changed. I haven't lived in Atlanta since 2010, so that's kind of where it's at on that. Now, it looks like we have some breaking news, guys. We have some breaking news. Another state to call. Virginia just went to Harris, and their 13 electoral votes. That has been officially called. So that's another one to call. So now you're 2-5 to 230. That's what I'm saying, guys. It's still anybody's game at this point in time. It is going to be a long, long night, y'all. Like I was talking about, going back to Georgia real quick, is that when you look at that Atlanta area, like here where we're talking about with this county, you could see difference. Again, I don't know if I have people that are still in Georgia in the Atlanta area in Fulton County, has North Fulton changed to the point where it's more of a blue area now than a red area? Because when I was young, it used to be more of a red area. Let me know. Somebody said Johns Creek is more blue, so Johns Creek would still be that area. So that's very interesting. That tells me that Alpharetta has probably kind of gone more that way as well. I know my camera's not centered. It's better if you want to see the better version of it. I'm showing just Georgia zoomed in right now. Jump over to YouTube. Link is in my bio for that. You can definitely see things a little bit better there. Somebody asked me to pin a comment that I forgot that was there. That's what I'm saying, guys. Like, show love for your candidate. Totally cool, but don't call it yet because we don't know. And we have another one. I don't know if we did this. Oh yeah, we did. We did Oregon before. Oregon's been officially called. California's blue. There's nothing really to see there. California's blue, y'all. The Canadian asked if the winner of the state gets all the electoral votes. Yes, with two exceptions, and that's Maine and Nebraska. Those two states have the ability to split electoral votes. Okay, so when you're looking at, let's talk about these top three, because I know that a lot of y'all have a lot of questions about these top three states here. We're talking about Michigan, Minnesota, and Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Minnesota's going to go blue. There's no doubt. They always go blue, and B, Tim Walz is the governor. He's got the home state advantage. It's going to go blue. Michigan, it's a swing state, but it tends to go blue as well. And Wisconsin, I'd be shocked if it didn't go blue. So I think that Harris will have those three very cold states in her bag. I think that that's going to happen. But it's still very too soon to call on all this. None of them are really calling. We're being cautious on it. Pennsylvania is way too soon to call. Georgia, apparently, despite what others say, is too call because there's outstanding ballots. Arizona is still too soon. So, I mean, what we're down to now is, again, I can tell you right now that the polls are going to close here in another 15 minutes in Hawaii. And we'll start getting results in there. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to go ahead and call Hawaii blue. I can tell you that. Just like they're going to call Alaska red whenever they start reporting the Alaska things. So that's kind of where that's at. There is, how many electoral votes is Hawaii? They are 4, and I believe Alaska is 3. Yeah, Alaska's 3. So that's another 4 in her corner. I think that Nevada will probably go blue. Nevada's got polls that are opened a little bit longer. That's what somebody was saying due to the very long lines. That's probably why we're not seeing results coming in from Nevada at this point in time. I would expect to see them here starting in a little bit. I'm not sure what. Let me see what it says what time. It just says results expected soon. So a lot of y'all, because I see a lot of y'all coming in and have questions about why some states are showing different colors that are not, the ones that are not solid. That's what you're looking at for what's coming in so far based on the results that they currently see. That's what you're looking at right there. How many votes left in Pennsylvania? I can't even begin to guess the answer to that question. I can't even begin to guess. I think that she's going to have New Hampshire and their 4 votes locked up as well. Maine, I'm not sure if Maine will split or not. If she gets that'll be another 4 if she gets all of those. So that's another 8 plus again the other 4. So that's another 12. That puts it at 217. So again, I think that this can become very, very close. Do I think that Trump's going to win Georgia? I do. This new information coming out that there's 400 outstanding votes from the metro Atlanta area, that could very well be a game changer. I don't know how much. I don't know how much. We'll have to see. We may not know that answer tonight. We may not know that answer tonight. Will he win Pennsylvania? Who knows? Did they call Georgia? Other networks have called Georgia. Associated Press hasn't. That's why I like this map because it's done by the Associated Press. They tend to be conservative before in calling different people, calling races before there's too much information. They don't like to have they don't like to prematurely electorate and electorate, we'll say. They don't like to do that. So they tend to be more conservative. So some networks have called Georgia, but not fully yet. Not fully yet. So Nevada is still pending. If I had to guess what Pennsylvania was going to be, what would I say? I honestly have no idea. Earlier in the evening, if you'd asked me, I would say that PA, I felt that Harris had it locked up. That's, where she went to school. She's had a very strong ground campaign in Pennsylvania. She had a door knocking campaign that was doing like 2,500 doors a minute, something like that. They were doing more doors in a couple hours than the entire Trump campaign was doing door knocking in the state. So I thought she had that locked up, but right now I don't know. I don't know. So you'll keep asking about Nevada. Nevada has not started reporting its results. Nevada had to stay open a little bit later because of incredibly long lines. That's why. So the states that you see that are the light red and the light blue, those can still shift. Frankly, the ones that are fully called can technically still shift, but the likelihood is very, very slim. By the way, if you are new here, please consider hitting that follow button for me. It's a solid. Would appreciate it. Also, tap that screen. We got 20,000 of y'all in here. If y'all can tap that screen, that would be amazing. Would appreciate y'all. It's also a big, something that as a creator, I'll be candid with you guys. I do this full time, not elections full time because we don't have them here. I do true crime and current events full time. I try to do it from an approach of being non-biased, fact only, high integrity. That is always my goal. And so if that's something that you find maybe interesting, then, hit that follow. And everybody who is following, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. I don't ask my followers for money. For what that's worth. If y'all want to give gifts or you want to support by subscribing, that's totally up to you, but I never ask you guys for money. So that's something that you can rest assured about, just so you know. And if you are watching on YouTube, Insta, or Facebook, same thing goes to you guys. Please hit that sub button, hit that follow button. Somebody asked Illinois. Illinois is blue. That's where it's at. We can hover over it. Real quick, let me, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up my give me 1 second. I'm going to pull something up. I just want to make sure. There we go. Sorry, I'm texting my wife real quick. Did reps just win their Senate? I don't know yet. We can look at the Senate race. I don't know where the Senate was at. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I wasn't paying much attention to the Senate this year. It looks like 2 seats were lost and 2 were gained. So 50 for majority. So yeah, it looks like as of right now, I don't know if there's any key races left in regard to that. If there's any more, I don't know. I wasn't paying close enough attention to that. And we can look at the House race too. I think a lot of these might still be too close to call. Not really sure on that, but yeah. So that's where that's at. We'll go back to president real quick. Guys, it's tight, y'all. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. How long am I going to be staying to show this? Until I can't stay up anymore. The states in red, it's not that they're undecided. It's that the results are still coming in. You don't hit the magic number. You don't hit like 9, 10 o'clock and all of a sudden every single vote. They're still counting. Show Minnesota. It's right there. 52%. Minnesota's going to go blue. What states does she need to win? for 270. I got a calculator out. Give me 1 second here. Let me get a calculator out for myself. And I will do some math for y'all because I don't have the thing that shows, you know, what else. So she's going to need Hawaii, which is going to be 4. She's going to have Hawaii, that's for sure. How many did I say Nevada has? Nevada is going to have another 6 if she gets Nevada, which I honestly kind of think she will. I think that, let's say I think she'll probably need to get Arizona. Arizona went blue last time. That would be another 11. Now, I do think confidently she's going to win Minnesota. That's going to be 10. People want to know how many she's got to get. And then we can do this for Trump next. She would need Wisconsin. That would be another 10. And then I think Michigan's 15, right? So another 25 there. Now, they've not called New Hampshire officially for her. New Hampshire will be another 4. I do feel confident she'll get New Hampshire. And I think she'll probably take Maine and all of their votes. I'm going to go ahead and say 4 on that. So that would equal 64 to her 205. That puts her at 269. That would put her at 269 if she got all of those. So when you look at Trump to his 230, where he's at, so he's at 230. All right. He would have to get, at this point, he would have to get Georgia. He would have to get Georgia and Pennsylvania, I think, to solidly win. So if he gets Georgia, that's another 16. And I do think it's looking that way, but that Metro Atlanta thing is kind of throwing me for a loop. Pennsylvania's got 19. And Alaska's got 3. That puts him at 268. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. They could come down to a tie. Somebody said he's already got Georgia. No, he actually does not. Other networks have announced Georgia, but what was also just announced is that there's still another 400,000 votes from the Metro Atlanta area and another 10,400 from the Savannah area that have not been counted yet. So I would not. I think that anybody who's calling Georgia, it's too premature at this point. That's my point to that. I'm not saying that he doesn't have Georgia. I don't say that he does, but there's 400,000 votes from the Metro Atlanta area, which tends to be very blue. Do I think he will get Georgia? Yes, but I think that it's still anybody's race at this point in time. That 400,000 votes, you know, could be a make or break, especially because the difference right now is very, very negligible. You don't have to refresh it. This updates automatically. It updates automatically. I don't have to refresh it. Again, this right here is so the map that we're looking at here, it might not align. Well, not even necessarily. If he could win Pennsylvania and Georgia and still not win, he could still win Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Hawaii and Alaska and still not win. She could win Hawaii, which she will, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, or Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, New Hampshire, and Maine, and still not win. This is going to be, it's going to be too tight. Could there be a recount? Absolutely. If you look at Georgia, last time Georgia, the Biden camp won Georgia by like 10,000 votes or something very, very small like that. If you have something like that, it's going to be a recount for sure. So for me, it's too soon to call based on just the facts that are out there right now. Somebody said it's a landslide. This, sir or ma'am, I didn't see if you were a male or female. Do you know what a landslide is? It is not a landslide. Let me show you. Let me see if I can show you a landslide. Let me see if I can show you a landslide. I'm going to show you a landslide. Let me see if I can get this pulled up for my people too. Real quick. I don't like how that looks. I'm going to show you a landslide. Give me a second. I'm going to show you what a landslide looks like. Here we go. I'm going to pull this up. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. All right. This, my friends, and I'm going to share this here with you in a second. This right here is a landslide. This is what a landslide looks like. This is the 1984 election between Ronald Reagan and Walter Mondale. That is a landslide. That is a landslide. When you go back and look at this, sorry, that's not the right one. That's not the right page. Sure, this, there we go. When you go back and you look at this map right here, this is pretty standard, right? Your states that are in here, they're going to go red. They always go red. Illinois, New Mexico. New Mexico can be on the edge. These states are all blue. The last time California went red was for Ronald Reagan. Should you be worried? I think that both camps need to be worried. Honestly, I don't think that either camp has this secured. I don't think that either camp has it in the bag. I think that it's still anybody's race. Somebody tell me how and show a literal landslide. New voter here. What happens if it ends up in 268, 269? I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't know what color PA is going to go in, so I don't know. Nevada's not started reporting results yet. I'm not. Somebody said they're surprised that Ohio went red so quickly. I'm not. That's J.D. Vance's state. He had the hometown advantage. Can you say if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, that puts him at 268 or 269? We did the math a second ago, and that was including Alaska. So it would go to the House. Okay. Nevada's taking longer because it's they had to keep their polls open a little bit longer. I plan on staying live very late. I may have to take a break at some point in time to go grab food, but I would leave the map up for you guys. This is refreshed. It does say 209. I don't have to refresh this. This thing automatically updates, y'all. It automatically updates with me doing absolutely nothing. Oh, thank you for the fruit, guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That is thoughtful of you. So again, it's still anybody's race, guys. It's still anybody's race. But yes, this map is accurate. So this map might differ, guys. Okay, yeah, look, oh, we got something new, guys. We got something new. Hawaii has been called. Hawaii has been called. If you see it down the corner, it has been called blue because we are at the polls have closed there. They know it's going to go blue. And watch, if I go over, it probably says 0% is being reported. But they know it's going to go blue. We don't give an F about Hawaii. Yeah, we do. We care about all the states because they're all votes. Because, Harris is going to care about those 4 electoral votes, just like Trump's going to care about these 3 electoral votes. In a race that's going to be this close, this tight, yeah, it's going to matter. Every one of these votes is going to matter. Yeah, Hawaii was a given. Puerto Rico does not vote. Territories don't get the opportunity to vote. That's correct. I can't tell you what my prediction is. I cannot tell you what my prediction is. Somebody asked me to explain the Electoral College and how it works. Basically, it's a winner-take-all with the exception of 2 states. They take the popular vote of the state, and you have independent certified electors that are supposed to then submit the results and vote on behalf of their state. Frankly, I think that the Electoral College is dumb and antiquated and outdated because we have the technology now to go off of popular vote. So you could actually get the majority of what people want. People who keep saying this map is wrong. This map is not wrong. Whatever map you're looking at is wrong. 100%. I'm telling you that with full certainty. Oh, thank you, Savvy, for the fruit people. It's that's just kind of how it is. Every state needs to be represented, and that's just how it is. What's Nevada going to be? If I had to guess, I'm going to say Nevada's going to go blue. Somebody asked, how do they call Illinois so fast? Guys, so the way this works, if you are not somebody who's overly political or somebody who is a first-time voter new to this kind of stuff, there are certain states, y'all, that are a given. That are a given. If you are Republican, you can rest assured that Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, Utah, you're going to get those states 100% of the time. It would be shocking if you didn't. Illinois is one of those states too. Illinois is always blue. It's like California, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. They're called blue the minute that their polls close because you know that that's how they're going to go. Somebody said they thought Georgia was called already. If you could have seen it called on another, if it would be popular vote, who would be winning? It's too soon to tell, but right now Trump would be in the lead. But California has the biggest population of any state, and only 43% of their districts are reporting. So once you have 100% of California in, that could really sway those numbers because you're talking. I mean, what the hell's the population of California? Let me look real quick. Population 38, almost 39 million people. Almost 39 million people. No, California's 39 million people. That's a lot of folks. So again, that could, when you're looking at right now a spread of 4,000 votes, that can quickly change it. So, 39,000 on a state that's predominantly blue. So, what's the state with the most electoral votes? California. When will it be called? Probably not tonight, guys. Has California ever been red? Yes, 1984 was the last time. 1980 and 1984. Yes, Harris still has a chance, as does Trump. Both still have a lot of... No, California's just begun counting. They're not anywhere close. But they're red. All right, so let's see what I got. We got some new, maybe some new updates coming in. I got some live updates that are showing for me. If I get this thing to refresh and load, and we'll see if we got some new updates. Who's winning Georgia right now? Right now, it's showing Trump, but there's another 400,000 votes apparently unaccounted for in the metro Atlanta area. So that's why I'm not ready to call Georgia, because I don't want to be wrong. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's any notes. How many electoral votes does California get? 54. They get 54 votes. She already has those. So let me take a look and see what we have. Harris wins Hawaii. Polls are closing. We're looking at this. That's not a big deal. So right now, so here's an update on Nevada. Hold on real quick. I'm going to do something fun. Guys. Give me a second here while I look at this information. How do you guys on YouTube like that? Give me 1 second to get this thing reloaded. We have some breaking news. Apparently, only 64 of the polls in Nevada, 62 out of the 135 polling stations are closed in Nevada. Voters are apparently still in line in Nevada. That is why we don't have anything out of Nevada yet. Long lines across Clark County, which is Las Vegas, are going to delay the reporting of results because the Secretary of State pledged the polls will not close until every last voter in the line before 7 p.m. will get to cast their ballot. So that's what's going on there. This is all they just called he won. No, they did. I don't know where you were watching. Nobody has called that he won at this point. That's stupid. That's not been called yet. That's misinformation at this point. He still has a very, very high, in my opinion, high chance of winning, but it's not been called yet. No election has, because you still have Nevada out there. You still have Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia still out there. Somebody said there's no way 400,000 votes are still out there in Georgia and another 10-4. According to the Secretary of State, there is, though. New Hampshire is going to go blue, but it's not been officially called yet. Yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be one of the deciding states. And frankly, if she wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, all 4 of Maine, Nevada, which I think she will, Arizona, and Hawaii, and he still wins Georgia, and he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, neither of them are at 270. Neither of them are at 270 if both of them do that. Somebody is behind. Google literally can't be flipped. Georgia can't be flipped. Georgia was blue last year, and I'm not behind. Some of you guys think that you guys know a lot that isn't so. I'm going to tell you that right now. The AP is the official, like, you have other networks that will call, like CNN, Fox, New York Times. They'll call states, they'll call races, but AP is really the one that you look to as kind of the gold standard. We're looking at this off the Associated Press. They tend to be a little bit more conservative in calling things, and that's what I like to go for because now I think Georgia's going to go red. I do think Georgia's going to go red. I do. I wonder what she got why she got that one red. I'm sure. Let me see if I can figure that out. I think it'll go red, but there's allegedly 400,000 votes still out there, so. Hawaii's already been called. And by the way, we have 31,000 people in here. Please, let's do this. See if we can let's just have some fun while we're waiting. I know everybody's stressful. Do me a favor, tap that screen. Let's see if we can get that 382,000 likes up to 1 million. By the time we hit 11:30, I think we could probably knock that out of the park. And if you don't follow, please consider doing that tonight. Why haven't they called Alaska yet? Because polls are still open in Alaska. Give it another 45 minutes. But Alaska's going to be red. Alaska's going to be red. Alaska's going to be red. I have no idea where that 1 point came from. Is it Nebraska? I don't know if Nebraska split or not. I don't know. Honestly, guys, I don't know. Maybe Maine? People are saying, I don't know who you're saying is called that he won. That's not been called. You still have a lot of big states in play. Pennsylvania's had to temporarily halt voter counting due to malware. You still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. You still have Arizona, Nevada. Because even if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, that still doesn't put him, in Alaska, that doesn't put him at 270. So anybody who's calling it, it's very premature. I don't think we're going to know an official answer tonight. I don't think we're going to know an answer tonight. That's my opinion. Somebody said, how convenient. So I've been following this throughout the day. There have been bomb threats. In Tennessee, somebody tried to blow up a power grid this was yesterday, with a drone and explosives. You've had several states get, threats throughout them. You've had the FBI have to go out and say that, hey, no, you cannot vote remotely because that video is going out. You had Indiana had text messages go out with voter intimidation. There's been a lot of interference in this election today. A lot. Ballot boxes got set on fire. Yeah, it's been a lot. The 1 point did come from Nebraska. Okay. So she got one of Nebraska's. People keep asking about Nevada. They're not reporting it. They still have a lot of polls still open. If you were in line at 7 p.m., you still get to vote, and they're going to keep them open in Clark County until they do. How do you get 1 point? Nebraska and Maine split their electoral votes. Oh, Michigan's going to go. I suspect Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota to go blue. I expect Nevada to go blue. I expect Alaska to go red. Arizona, I don't know. Arizona went blue last time. Georgia went blue last time. I predict that Georgia will go red, but there's that 400,000 votes in the metro area. There's nothing to refresh. This thing updates automatically, y'all. By the way, you guys got us to 1 million in like 3 minutes. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for the 1 million likes. And in 3 minutes, y'all, that is impressive. And I appreciate y'all for that, for real. I can't tell you the proof on the Pennsylvania malware. I'm just telling you the stories as they come in. And for those of y'all who are new here, here's why I don't prematurely call things or talk about things. I go based on facts, based on what we know. I chose the Associated Press tonight because I like the way they do their map. I like that they're conservative in calling things, not prematurely. That might not be what you like, and that's okay. But that's kind of why we look at this from this way. Just so you are aware. I think that this is going to be very close. And I think that we probably won't know tonight, guys. I think that we probably won't know tonight. That's my opinion. I expect Nevada to go blue. Somebody asked, why did Harris go from 209 to 210? Nebraska splits their votes. She got one of Nebraska's four or five votes. How many do they have total? 5. She got one of the 5 votes out of Nebraska. Yeah, I think there's going to be some recounts as well. I think some things are going to be close. What turned blue to change? Again, Harris got one of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes. Yep, North Carolina's, finalized as much as it can be, but yeah, they've covered that. Yeah, we cover Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, it's tight, y'all. It's tight. Right now, it's less. You're talking about less than 100,000 votes difference right now. It is very tight. In Pennsylvania. California's blue. You can see it. California's dark blue. Oh, thank you, Amber, for the lightning. Got 1.2 million likes. Y'all are amazing. What time does it end? The last polls close at midnight Central Time, so in the next 45 minutes. We have over Michigan. So Michigan's got half of it in. It's very tight there, 150,000, but you still have a long way to go. Same with Wisconsin. You have it fairly tight there. So we have a long way to go there. Not as tight right now. I like the person that was like, your numbers are wrong. Dude, Associated Press's numbers, they're the most right of all the numbers. They are the most right of all the numbers, is the Associated Press. Yeah, we were just hovering over PA. It's very tight there. There's nothing in Nevada to hover over. Alaska's still got polls that are open. Nevada still has polls that are open. Georgia is close, but here's kind of the caveat to that. It's not super, it's a 100,000 vote difference right now. 120,000 vote difference, really. And the thing about Georgia is there was just a report that came in that said that there were still 400,000 outstanding votes in the Atlanta metro area, plus another 10,400 out of Savannah. So that's why I think that people have prematurely called Georgia. I think that Georgia could still flip. I don't think it will, but it still could. It still could. So, yeah, that is typically blue counties. Yeah, the counties that you're looking at in Georgia where you're still looking for votes are Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett. Those are the counties that you're looking at. If you know the Atlanta area, that's kind of we have. Looks like we might have a new update. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so right now in the Senate, there is no. Apparently, I don't know if this is number is up. It was just a Senate update, but I don't think that it's a correct update. In my opinion, because it goes differently than what the AP shows. Connecticut's blue. I mean, all of New England's going to be blue. Maine will go blue too, I think, and New Hampshire. Maine splits also though, so Trump could get 1 out of Maine. Georgia, I believe, is 16. Yes, 16 electoral votes. Can a state flip after it's been called? Yes, but it's rare. But it's rare. It is rare. Will we know who wins by tomorrow morning? Possibly. Does Harris still have a chance? Yes, both of them still have a chance. Both of them still have a chance, and both of them, neither one of them, there's also a chance neither one of them hit 270. How does a state flip? It's called prematurely before all the votes count. That's how it flips. If it's called before all the votes are counted, people keep asking about Nevada. I've answered this a lot, but I know people are coming in. Nevada's polls are still going, guys. They closed at 7, but if you were in line, you're still allowed to vote. By the way, if you want to see this map better, you can jump over to my YouTube if you want to do that. Link toward it is in my bio. Just so you are aware, if you want to do that. Let me take a look real quick at my... Somebody said they let us in voting line, which is hella long, 7 p.m. I heard that there were people waiting in line in Pennsylvania for 6 hours. 6 hours. Arizona is one of those states we're watching. It could go either way. Right now, you're looking at a 12,000, 13,000 point difference. Wisconsin still has people in line to vote? Wow. Wow. Why does Utah have less than 1% of votes? Does it say that? It says 34% reporting. Yeah, Washington, Oregon, and California were called 4 years ago. I mean, honestly, they were called a year ago. They always go blue. They always go blue. It's not possible to be a tie, but it's also not possible for neither one of them to hit 270. I think that Harris has a strong chance for Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Yeah, people are still in line. If you were in line by the time it cut off, you were allowed to stay. Yo, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run over to a refrigerator I have right here and grab a drink to keep my voice going because you can hear it starting to fade. Give me 1 second. I'll be back. We'll keep talking. You can stare at the map. In fact, here's what I'll do. First state that I see, I'm going to zoom in on. First state that you guys say, I'm going to zoom in on so y'all can watch that. Somebody said Pennsylvania. I saw Pennsylvania. It was the first one I saw. It scans quick. There you go. You can look at Pennsylvania right now, and you can see what's reporting. You can see what's looking. Give me 3 seconds. I'm literally not even leaving the room. I'll be right here. But I have to get something, or I'm going to die. I'm going to grab one. I'm also going to grab that, and I'm going to grab that. And I'm going to grab these. And this. All right, we got fuel now. And we got alcohol in case y'all stress me out. We're back. Oh, hold on. Let me check something real quick on YouTube. I'm going to zoom out of this real quick, show all the states real quick. It looks like we might have some super chats on YouTube. Let me do that. So I'm going to go ahead and thank the people for doing this real quick. Judy, local networks are saying Michigan will be called in the next hour before 1 a.m. Thank you, Judy, for the super chat. Also, Judy, for becoming a member. Thank you for that. Rip the Jacker, I like your name. Thank you for the super chat. Drinks up, salute everybody. Appreciate you for that. Mrs. Moak said, did any part of Washington go red or can you no longer see? I can go look at that in a second, and we will do that for you. And then finally, Jennifer, thank you. If no one gets 270, the House of Representatives decide who wins the presidency. with each state delegation getting 1 vote. So that's what would happen if it ends up. And by the way, thank you guys for those super chats and for giving us that information. So that being said, somebody asked real quick, one of our super chatters asked about Washington, if there was any red. And it looks like, yeah, there's a lot of red in Washington. This whole area out here, let me see if I can get this. Hold up, there you go. We're bordering on Idaho, and I guess this is probably the Pullman area, and then around Olympia, Seattle, Vancouver, Washington, all that kind of stuff, Bellingham, all the way up the coast, with the exception of these 3 right here. So that's what's going on. Let me crack open my drink real quick. I'm going to start with this one, not this one. I'm also going to get snacks. You're going to have to... Shadow Ninja asked why they were muted on TikTok. If my mods muted you, my guess is you were probably repeating or scrolling, or it was accidental. I can't follow everything. That's why I have the mods doing that. Virginia regularly goes blue. I'm going to eat while I talk to y'all. I'm sorry. Because I'm hungry and I need to keep fuel going, and I'll try not to crunch in your ears. Show Minnesota. That's Minnesota right now. How would a vote in the House turn out? We'll have to see it by the end of the night. Sorry if it's crunchy, guys. The camera moved. Thought I bumped it, guys. There you go. That better? I'm eating honey mustard flavored snack mix. I'm sorry it's crunchy. I'm very hungry. I'm very hungry. And my wife won't bring me food up. Now, this is what I got. This is what I got for y'all. Let's see. Arizona is tight. Let's take a look at Arizona real quick. I mean, that's close, guys. Look at that. This video is just for crunching true. Oh, I thought I got something else. I can put, look at this. I can put this guy. I can show TikTok. I can't show TikTok because my where it is. I'm going to put this in my Coke that I'm drinking. That's what we're going to do because I'm already stressed about this entire night. California's blue. California's always blue. Both have a solid chance at still winning. Whereas things sit right now, both have a solid chance of winning. What if no one gets 270? Apparently, it goes to the House of Representatives. Each delegation gets 1 vote. Probably wasn't supposed to hear that on YouTube, but that's okay. Wisconsin is here. It's very tight. Michigan, tight. Pennsylvania, that gap is closing. It's down to about 150,000, right? 150,000 difference. Arizona's super tight. Nevada, I know you guys keep asking about Nevada. Nevada is they still have people in line. Somebody on YouTube, somebody asked, what does percentage reporting mean? It means that that's how much of the districts are reporting in to the state, their results. Georgia's been called by other networks, but not by the Associated Press. I don't go with the other networks. Now, do I think that Georgia is going to go to Trump? I do. Oh, Alaska, red, 100% red. I'll call that right now. Silent Sniper asks, is this channel a blue or red supporter? You will never know. I do true crimes and true crime and current events. This is current events, so I cover it. My personal opinion doesn't really matter. How's that? I don't want to alienate 50% of my people. You know? It's funny. People are like, I know you're blue. And I've seen people say, I know you're red. And that's how I like it. I like that you guys don't know. I like that you guys don't know. I find it funny. Keep on guessing. Believe what you want. I don't mind. I would lose supporters. I don't want to alienate people. That's not what I'm not there. Look, you can go on social media. I have four places watching me right now. I have TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. All right. There are 1,000 creators, if not more, on these apps, each app individually, that will talk about politics in whatever echo chamber you want. You don't need me to do that. You don't need me to do that. You can go see those anywhere you want. You're not my neighbor. Somebody said, I know what he is because you're my neighbor. You're not my neighbor. I don't know who you are. So I'm eating, guys. I apologize for that. So, by the way, if you want non-biased stuff, follow. So here is Arizona, very tight. Pennsylvania, very tight. Hold on. Well, that's New York. Sorry. I was like, wait a minute. Very tight. You're looking at now a difference of like, what is that, 75,000? Difference. I mean, the gap is closing in Pennsylvania. So it can go either way. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania, it becomes a lot harder for him. Hold on. Did I do math wrong? Somebody's like 175. No. It's not 75, though. It's not 175. Oh, it is 175. 175,000 difference. Sorry. You're right. I can't do math. It's getting late. Yeah, there's lots of red areas of California. So let me show you something. Are they in yet? Yeah, there you go. All of this area, and I've driven through this. All this area is red. It's all farmland. But your Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, these big cities, they're the ones that make up the population. There's almost 40 million people in California. But yeah, there's definitely red areas of California. 100%. But it's mostly rural. Land doesn't vote. So even though it looks like a big area, it's really not that many. Somebody said Hawaii went blue, but the voting is 0% still. Correct. There are certain states that you know. Like here, I'll go and tell you this. I'm not Canadian. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I will call Alaska right now. Alaska, I know it's crunchy. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm very hungry. We're not done eating. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. Oh, well. Alaska's red. Alaska's red. I'll tell you that right now. I'll go and call it right now. Oh, we got Shelby County, Tennessee representing over here. You know, the thing about Memphis, guys, Memphis does not like to say that they are from Memphis. They like to say that they are from Memphis. They don't like to say they're from Tennessee. They like to say they're from Memphis. That's what the Memphis people do. I used to live in Germantown when I was younger, guys. So just so you know. How important are swing states? Very important. That's where you're at now. So your swing states to watch this election that are still in play were Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are the ones that are still in play that were swing states. And they're all still in play. I think that Georgia's probably going to go red. But they came out recently and said that there's 400,000 votes. Sam said something I must have said was rude. I don't know what that is, but I'm sorry if I'm rude. I don't know. No, I don't update this. This updates automatically. There's 400,000 votes apparently outstanding, though, in Georgia. I wish I had something quieter to eat, guys. I'm sorry. Apparently, Michigan is still on track to be... Okay, Trump won the 3 electoral votes in Nebraska. Where did the latest thing go here? Let me refresh this. I don't think we're going to know tonight, guys. Okay, Michigan's still on track to be the first battleground to report results. This was as of 7 minutes ago. Apparently, they expect the final delivery of about 4,000 Detroit ballots to arrive at the city's counting center in about an hour or so. They'll need to be processed and tabulated before the city can begin reporting results from that batch. They also said that Michigan is on track to be the first battleground state to report complete unofficial results, potentially overnight, and explained why not much data out of Wayne County can be seen. For my Michigan folks, I know Judy's in here somewhere. What city is Wayne County? Is that Detroit? What's Wayne County? It's Detroit? Okay. So they're saying, so for Michigan, a lot of Detroit's not being counted yet. You can't see why a lot of it's out there yet. That is in the results to Wayne County to validate and post the data at county level, blah, 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 blah. So that's what's going on. You don't have a lot of results from Wayne County yet. People keep saying you're losing. You guys got to look at this. Is a lot of land. Both candidates are still very much in play. Both candidates are still very much in play as of right now. Because the states that you're looking at are this one, this one, this one, and this one. This is going to go blue. This one could go blue. It went blue last time. That's going to go blue. I bet money it'll go blue. Pennsylvania and Georgia are on the fence. I think Georgia's going to go red, but Pennsylvania is still a crapshoot. And I could be wrong on Georgia because apparently there's 400,000 votes still outstanding from Gwinnett County, Cobb County, DeKalb County, and Fulton County, which is all Atlanta. Georgia has not been officially called except by another network. And that's not with counting the additional votes that they found out that they're still missing. So I'm not calling Georgia yet. You don't have to refresh. This thing updates automatically. There's no refreshing. Is Atlanta usually blue? Oh, Atlanta is usually very blue. Most metropolitan areas are. Let me look real quick here. So I do think that Trump will take Georgia and carry Georgia, but it has not been officially called by anybody yet. So that is not the case. It refreshes in real time. It refreshes in real time. I'm not confident on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not confident at all on either side. If you know, for the people that are just like, they're like, this has been called, this person's winning, that person's winning, that person's losing. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this. You guys don't know how the system works. That's just kind of how it is. Cali's blue. Cali's always blue. That's kind of the thing. So this is the Associated Press that's running this right here. So the person's like, Harris is cooked, bro. Not necessarily. Person saying he won Georgia. Not necessarily. Do I think he's going to win Georgia? Absolutely. But that's premature to say that because there's still apparently 400,000 votes from the metro Atlanta area out there. And even if he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania and Alaska, he doesn't win. He doesn't get to 270. So it's not been called. No, PA's tight. I'm looking at CNN and Fox, and I don't see where Georgia's been called. And I don't care what other people call it. I'm listening to the Associated Press. If you don't like that I'm using the AP, then you can go watch it somewhere else. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not delusional. I'm just realistic. I know how these things work. I've watched a lot of elections. I think that both candidates have a chance. I think that there's a possibility that neither candidate hits 270 tonight. I just want people to have realistic expectations. That's all. I do think he's going to carry Georgia. I do think that. This does not have to be refreshed. It refreshes automatically. He would need to win Georgia, Pennsylvania, Alaska, and then pretty much any other state. then he would have it. She would need to win Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. And I don't think even if she did all of that, she would have it. So if he wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, and she wins in Alaska, and she wins the rest that's outstanding, then neither hit 270. Don't care what CNN has, guys. I'm not using CNN. I'm using the Associated Press. I think it's a much better indicator. Alaska will 100,000% be red. If neither gets 270, it goes to the House of Representatives. I added up a little bit earlier. I think it's like 268 or 269 for either of them. I mean, Trump's easy. You got 19 that would put him at, if he gets Pennsylvania, that's 19. That puts him at 249. Plus Alaska's 3. That's 242 or 252. Then you have Georgia's 16. So that's 268. So if he wins Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Alaska, he still doesn't necessarily win the presidency. Because if Arizona goes blue again, Nevada goes blue, this upper wall up here goes blue, then I think she's at 268 or 269. Neither win. You guys are telling me what CNN called or these other networks called? I don't care. I don't care what they called. I think he's going to get Georgia, but it's not called yet according to the AP. I'm not reaching. I'm just telling you the reality. You're literally looking at the map right here. You're literally looking at the map right here. I'm not like making this stuff up. I'm choosing to go off the AP versus CNN. That's all. I've said 15,000 times tonight that I think he's going to win Georgia. I would bet that he'll win Georgia, but it's not officially called, is all I'm saying. And I'm telling you guys that if you, it's simple mathematics. It's simple addition. If you add Pennsylvania and Georgia up and he gets both of those, he's still not at 270. If he wins both of those and she wins and Alaska and wins every other state that's not Alaska, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, she's not at 270. Neither of them are. JR told me to yap. Mods, kick JR out because I'm tired of disrespect. I don't want to deal with jackasses. I find them. I'll do it myself. We're going to go ahead and just mute. We don't block. We're going to just mute them. There we go. I'll do it myself. You're going to not come to my live and do that. See, a lot of y'all don't know how this stuff works. I think that Georgia is going to go red. Minnesota is going to go blue. Nevada is going to go blue. Alaska is going to go red. Michigan will go blue. Wisconsin will very likely go blue. You have to wait till the counties start putting in, just because it's called, when they're the light blue, light red, it's a red or blue mirage. That's what it is. I think that there is a good chance neither one of them win tonight or at all. I think that's very possible. And it's not a matter of me coping or whatever the case is. It's just the reality of looking at how elections are and how divisive it is and all the stuff that's been leading up to this. That's all. Jill Stein will not be winning. That's for sure. I don't know where AZ is going to be at this point. The jury's out on that. So if he gets Pennsylvania, Georgia, and AZ, it's over. In Arizona, it's over. But if he gets just Georgia and Pennsylvania and Alaska and she gets the rest, then there's going to be some kind of a runoff. Robert Kennedy with the comeback. That's funny. What's the other one? There's another guy. Hold on. I think if we scroll down, it'll tell us. Oh, no, hold on. Chase Oliver. We're all going to put in for Chase Oliver right now. That's what we do. We're all putting in for Chase Oliver's. If no one's what happened, it goes to the House. Ross Perot. How is Ross Perot's dead, isn't he? I think Ross Perot's dead. This doesn't need to be refreshed. It refreshes. It updates automatically. There's nothing to refresh. Is there a chance that Georgia could flip and go back to blue? Absolutely, but I doubt it. So we'll see. We're waiting on a lot of states. Pro died in 19. Yeah, I knew he died. I was pretty sure. I think he died. Just so you guys know, Jimmy Carter's 100, and he was only a one-term president. We could also reelect him. Georgia's been called by CNN, but not by AP. When AP updates it, then we'll update it. If you want to go watch CNN, then, go watch CNN. That's okay. This is what I'm going off of. This is what I chose to. It's my life. And if Georgia was called, then it was called, and we're going to update it. We'll sound the bell, which you can't hear because you're not on here. What's my gut feeling? Who will take PA? I don't even know. I honestly don't even know. I can't even begin to guess either one of those. Can I explain the swing states? Those are states that are going to be very tight, very hard to predict. States that you might not know tonight, but they can make a key difference. They typically carry a fair amount of electoral votes. Georgia 16, for example. Pennsylvania is 19. Michigan 15 or 10? 15. Wisconsin and Minnesota are 10. So they're typically ones, but they're very tight. They're ones that you don't know. So a swing state, for example, California is going to be blue. Oregon, Washington, blue. Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, they're always going to be red. They don't swing. They don't change colors, right? These other states that are swing states, they can change colors. They can vote Democrat one year and Republican the next year, and you just never really know. Somebody asked a really great question. They said, how can you call Virginia at 88%, but you can't call Georgia at 94%? And I think that that's a great question because they can look at typical voting history and voter analytics in a state like Virginia and know that this is how it's going to be. We can go ahead and call this. That's kind of how that works. Nevada, people are asking about Nevada. It's because people are still in line voting. I'm not even talking about Georgia. Somebody asked about it. People keep asking about Georgia. Guys, again, I think that Georgia is going to go to Trump. I've said that 15 times. You guys are obsessed with this. I'm not going off CNN. I'm going off AP. I don't adjust these numbers. The Associated Press does. When the Associated Press feels confident enough to call it, then they will change it. I don't care what y'all say. Again, I'm with you guys. I think Georgia will go to Trump. I've said that 15,000 times to you guys. I don't control updating this. I don't have to refresh it because it automatically refreshes. I don't care. So I love it. So okay. Let me ask. So AP is a Democratic-run organization. Why do I listen to them? So you'd rather me listen to CNN then, as opposed to it? I'm not crying. I'm just telling all y'all. It's annoying as fuck when I keep telling you guys that, like, hey, this is what's going on. Y'all keep saying it. I don't control this map. Look, I can click Georgia. All I do if I click Georgia is it takes me into Georgia. I don't change this. I'm not the Associated Press, guys. I'm not. I don't control the Google. There's no, okay, fine. Y'all want to see what happens when you refresh it? Literally nothing, because it updates automatically, which is why I like this. It's not that deep, guys. Not that deep. It does show the popular vote. Currently, it's 59-6 to 64-3. It's funny because it's really funny how some of this kind of works, because when I do like my normal content, which is true crime and current events, I typically will throw an article up behind me, and I use all sorts of articles. I use AP, I use CNN, I use Fox, I use really from all over, whatever's got the catchier headline. And I'll be like, why are you using Fox? Why are you using CNN? And now y'all are all in here. You need to be using CNN. Like, come on. No matter who I'm not going to win no matter what. I mean, that's the issue. Somebody said, can I refresh the page or turn it red myself? I cannot turn it red myself, and it refreshes on its own. If I refresh the page, it will look exactly like it does right now. I don't know how many times I got to say. I know what, I'm gonna like mute the word Georgia. Again, I've told y'all that 10,000 times. I think Georgia's going to go red. I truly think that Georgia is probably going to go red, but it's not officially called by anybody but like CNN and a couple others. Oh my God. I feel like I'm talking to very stupid people sometimes. Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, but I've said 15 times, it updates on its own. I don't have to refresh it. This is what I'm going with. You know, George Carlin once said, and I'm not pointing anybody else here, but George Carlin once said, think about how stupid the average person is. And remember that 50% of the people are dumber than that. I'm here just to give you guys the facts. If you prefer that another news outlet said that a state's been called, that's totally cool. I'm fine with that. Totally okay. Totally okay with that. Go there, watch it. Doesn't bother me. Again, I've told you now 853,000 times that Georgia will probably go to Trump. I've said that. Anyways, that being said, that's what I said. Okay, we get it. Yeah, I hope so. And I'm not saying you in particular. Let's go back to PA. So PA is very tight, 88% in. You're looking at about 160,000 vote difference right now. As more votes come in from different locations, you can see this change. Can I explain Hawaii? Yeah, there are certain states that are automatically, like, here's the thing. In 8 minutes, the polls are going to close in Alaska. In 8 minutes. Alaska will immediately go red. That's how it works. There are states that you just know what they're going to do. You know how they're going to perform. Because you know how they're going to, there's historical data. You know how they're going to be. You can base it on polling, on exit polling, on just typical historical data coming from out of those places. Like, you know that it's going to be. Like Texas equals red. Alabama, Tennessee will always be red. Ohio flips. But Ohio, I expected to go red solely for the fact that it's J.D. Vance's home state, and he had the home state advantage. It's very rare for a candidate, the president or the vice president, potential candidate from a state, to not win their state. It's very, very rare for that to happen. What other state closes in 7 minutes? Only Alaska. Alaska is the last one. I just explained Hawaii like literally 2 seconds ago. By the way, I am also on YouTube scrolling. Right now, we have 790 people there. I'm going to go pay attention to them real quick for a second. You can, what's great about YouTube is you can rewind and hear some of that kind of stuff. And the chat goes a lot slower on YouTube for what that's worth. And you can get to go to the link in my link in my bio. Y'all are able to hear the Discord notifications from there? Crazy. Okay, I'll close that out. Nevada is still gray because they still have people in line. That's why they still have people in line. If you were in line prior to 7 o'clock local time, you get to vote. Yeah, Nevada's still open. I know Pennsylvania had some polls that were staying open late. I'm going to try to read this real quick. Come over to the calm side. Can I explain how split votes work? Why can they send however many to whoever? So I think it's based on the area that they are. I think it's, I've not lived in a place that does split votes, so I'm not exactly sure the inner workings. I'll be very honest with you. But if I had to guess, it's probably based on population, where people vote in the district. And there's only 2 states that do that, Maine and Nebraska. Now, Nebraska doesn't have a very big, population. So they're whatever. Maine's, I don't know, Maine's not really that big either. So it's just kind of a weird, it's not a winner take all. Could North Carolina still flip? No, I doubt. I mean, I guess the technical answer is yes. Could it? Theoretically. Will it? No. What's going to happen if it goes to the House? The House of Representatives will vote on it. Here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to make this real easy. We have a lot of people in here. We have 20,000 people in here, okay? And when we say things, I'm going to show you this real quick. And I don't have an example for Trump to show, but if you say things like this is going to be your only warning. We're not going to be disrespectful to either one of the candidates. Say, do Trump, MAGA, whatever, do Kamala, Blue Wave, whatever. That's fine, but we're not going to call either candidate, do name calling on that. If we do that for both sides, you will be muted. That's just how that's going to go. That's how it's going to go. We're going to be respectful. The presidential office, and all right, so we got people that want to test it. We'll just go ahead, and my mods can be whatever. We'll go ahead and start muting them, because here's the thing: the office of the president. I just explained why, Chantel. Here's the thing: the office of the president, whether you respect or don't respect the person, that's fine. But the office of the president of the United States, the office itself deserves respect. That's the bottom line. The office of the vice president deserves respect. All right? That's all. Don't insult Trump. Don't insult Harris. Easy. And some people are trying to test it, so we'll just whatever. That's all. It's how it is. So Nevada results are starting to come in. Let's take a look here. So they got 5% in. It's probably not coming much from Clark County. I would imagine that you probably don't have much coming in from Clark or Reno. Both of those had long lines. So the 5% in, it's just, Again, guys, people making fun of either candidate, Trump or Harris, mute them. We're going to be respectful of the office. You're welcome to have free speech. Not in here, though. We're not going to be disrespectful to either candidate. I know that there's a lot of tension on the line. Tension's flying. I know that a lot of people feel very strongly. I get that. That's fine. But I don't want anybody making fun of Trump or Harris. That's just it. We're not going to do that here. Because when you make fun of, let me tell you what's not a good look. Let me take a moment here, and you don't have to listen to me, whatever, you can leave if you want. But if you are a grown-ass adult calling people names like Kamala Toe, I mean, first of all, it's dumb AF, but you look like a middle school boy. I mean, it shows that your mentality is not risen above a middle schooler. And the same thing with Trump. You're not making fun of him. Just don't. Just don't. The office of the President of the United States deserves to be respected. That's all. That's all. I know that they're keeping my AP is called Georgia. All right, so now we have the official answer for Georgia. Georgia has gone to Trump. So now you guys can shut the fuck up about Georgia. There you go. It is done. Okay, now shut the fuck up about it. Anyways. Somebody said respect is earned. I agree. And the office of the President of the United States is earned. The office itself deserves to be respected. That's it. Bottom line. Somebody said I need to respect y'all too. So here's the difference. I can respect the office of the President of the United States. I don't have to respect individual people. That is earned, especially with me. But I respect you. You know, here's the thing. If you're in my regular lives, if you're somebody that's not new here, you come here regularly, my lives are typically very chill, very respectful because we don't tolerate people making fun of other people because that is childish. That's all. Y'all are misconstruing. I'm not saying that you have to respect Harris or Trump. I'm not saying that at all. But these are two people who are running for the President of the United States, and I'm saying to respect the office. There's a difference. There is a difference with that. There's a difference between respecting the person and respecting the office. And that's all. That's all I'm saying. Brian, were you one that was saying dumb things? Because everybody's like, I got blocked. If you was either accidental or you were saying dumb things. I'm not sure which one it was. And if either way, I'm sorry. By the way, that is going to go in for YouTube, you guys as well. Now, on Instagram, I cannot control what the hell you guys do. I have no mods there. You guys are doing whatever you want to do. That's all. So, whatever. But yeah. Has Alaska closed the polls? Alaska has closed. We expect results probably any minute. I like the person that was like, bro, just put my flies in the bag. That's funny. Neither one of them are speaking at this point. They're all at their headquarters watching. Oh, thank you. So Bird said, like my DeLorean, I have the real one in my garage, but not a Back to the Future one, just a normal one. But thank you. I have a tiny flux capacitor when people ask. I drive it all the time. Yeah, I drive it all the time. All right, people ask if I can zoom out. I can't really zoom out. That's kind of the thing. If you want to see it better, the best place to see it is on YouTube real quick. Oh, it looks like on, we got a super chat on, where's this one here? On YouTube, let me address that real quick. I remember the 2000 elections, but first of all, thank you. Thank you for that. But as I remember the 2000 elections, Bush versus Gore. Gore did not win his home state of Tennessee. Also my home state. Just in one exception, I remember. I guess the rest of it says very well. It cut you off. I guess it doesn't happen, but can you talk about the red mirage, blue shift? Yeah, I can talk about that. So for what they're asking about with that is how states will kind of go back and forth. So, right now you have Nevada coming in here, and you see, it started off where, Donald Trump had a very high lead, 70-something percentile, and now that lead is narrowing as more of these districts come in. And so it can shift back to blue, which is why they're light. Same thing with these other states up here. The ones that are light blue, light red, it means that it's basically too close to call. That's what it kind of means. Pennsylvania, I don't think we're going to know Pennsylvania tonight. He went up by 1. That means he probably got a main, I don't know, a main one maybe? I don't know. Did I vote? Yes, I voted. I have voted in every single election, presidential election especially, since the year 2000 when I turned 18. I was old enough to vote. Yes, they will keep counting overnight. Yes. Oh, he got one from Nebraska? I thought he got the other 3 from Nebraska. Somebody asked me what I think Pennsylvania would be. I honestly don't have a clue. Somebody said YouTube is not updating like TikTok. There's a little bit delay with YouTube. Very, very short delay, but it is there. It does update. So it's there. It's there. PA does not necessarily determine who wins. So there's a pretty big lead right now for Trump in Pennsylvania right now. So there's a very good shot that he'll get Pennsylvania based on what we're seeing right now. But if he wins Pennsylvania, Alaska, which he will win Pennsylvania and Alaska, he's still not at that 270 mark. He would have to win another state on top of that. And the same thing goes for her. She has to win. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she has to win all these other states. She has to win Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, plus all of Maine's, and she'll get New Hampshire. I'm sure she'll get those 2. She'll have to win all of those, and then she still won't be at 270. So he has to win Pennsylvania, Alaska, and 1 additional state for him to win. That's where that's at. Because he's at 247. Pennsylvania's 19. Alaska's 3. And that puts him at 269, where he's sitting right now. So if he wins Pennsylvania, Alaska, but she wins Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which I think she's going to win Wisconsin and Michigan, then neither one of them win. Neither one of them win. Okay, we're not going to do Trump either. Like I said, we're not. I've made it clear we're not going to call names of either of the candidates. That's just how that's going to go. That's how it's going to go. We're not going to call him Drumpf. We're not going to call him Dumpf. We're not going to call her Kamala Toe, whatever the hell y'all said. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're just not. And it's going to be that respect works on both sides. That's all. Bam, muted. I have no problem. I love using the mute button. Love it. We are close to 2 million likes. Yes. You know, you guys like to try. Y'all just like want to be muted. Y'all seriously are y'all like 12-year-olds for real? Like that's where your mentality is for you guys that are doing that. And it's men. It's always men, quote unquote. I'm using air quotes here. Men that are doing it. Freaking little boys. It's always guys though. Always. Always. Yeah, we can look at Arizona. Little boys. Look, I mean, it's close. Arizona's close. Half of it in 49.9 to 42. I mean, it's tight. You're looking at 14,000 difference right now. Men do vote with their, people say that women are the emotional ones. Every time men get angry, that's anger's an emotion. Just saying. You're cut off on half the screen. Let me mix it. Thank you, Zan. I don't know who Congress would likely vote for. Yeah, if you want to see the map like perfectly, you can jump over to my YouTube. If you're there, please, by the way, hit the subscribe button, which is the same as the follow. That's a massive solid for me. I'm trying to really grow that channel. That would be helpful. Georgia's been called. Georgia went to Trump. Georgia's been called. Do I still think it's a toss-up? Yeah, I think that it's still anybody's game. I really do. I think that it's anybody's game. And the reason for that, yep, Alaska's going to go red. So you see that Alaska's results have started coming in. This is going to go red. I'm going to just tell you that right now. I feel very confident in that. I'm like 100%, 110% confident. But here's what I said. Trump, if he wins Alaska and Pennsylvania, he's at 269. He would have to win both states. All right? He would have to win both these states plus an additional state. Well, yeah, he won Nebraska a while ago. That's not a big deal. And they're like 4 things. Now, I think, my opinion, based on what we're seeing, is I think she will take Nevada. Arizona, I'm not going to call yet. It's close. I think she's going to take Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She has to take Arizona for him to not take Arizona, basically putting neither one of them at that 270. That's what would have to happen. That's what would have to happen for her to stay in the race. Now, do I think that these 3 states are going to go blue? I do. I do. Nevada, I think, will go blue. Arizona, though, jury's out. Jury's out. If she takes Pennsylvania, that's obviously very good for her because she's probably, again, going to take these 3 states, which that's Pennsylvania's 19. Hold on, let me do this. So this is 25, 35, 35, but they're 245, 264. That would be 270. If she won Pennsylvania, all 3 of these, Pennsylvania and Nevada, Arizona wouldn't matter. So I think that's right now, Pennsylvania, I think, is leaning more towards Trump. I think that the more likely outcome would be her taking every other state but Alaska and Pennsylvania and her taking the rest of them and then neither one of them winning. I think that that's a very likely outcome. Is there any chance Alaska goes blue? No. Georgia's already been called red. I said it's the more likely outcome, is what I said. Don't twist words. The more likely outcome. Why are you so sure that she'll take Nevada? Because Nevada typically goes blue. It went blue last year. The lines have been long. Why aren't you including Michigan and New Hampshire in your totals? I'm already including those. I guess I should. Yeah, let's make that. Yeah, 4 and 4. That's 8. So she'll get 8. That puts her at 218. You're right. I forgot about those 2 sitting over there. So if she gets, let's play with some numbers here real quick. So she's sitting at 210 now. If she gets, which I think she'll get, let's say she gets all of Maine, which is 4 and 4. Okay, she gets 8. Now, the caveat to that is if Trump wins Pennsylvania and Alaska and one of Maine's, he'll be at 270. Now, if she wins all of Maine's, all of New Hampshire's, 35 of these. Let's take a look real quick. Plus Nevada's 6, which I feel, based on historical data, sorry, my hand's in the way. That puts her at 259. I think I missed something wrong. I think I did something wrong. 210. That's 8. That's 35. No 6. And then she would still need Arizona. Then she would still need Arizona. Yeah, I think they did count those then. Yeah, because 11 with Arizona, that would put her at 270. So if she gets all of Maine, all of New Hampshire, in every state but Alaska and Pennsylvania, she hits 270. We're not going to get Pennsylvania tonight. I'm going to tell you right there. There's not going to be a call to Pennsylvania tonight. I do think we'll get Michigan tonight, though. So That's what I'm saying. It's still anybody's. Nevada's coming in 75 up. A lot still coming in from Clark County. I'm quite sure in Reno, you got this county here. Your biggest populations are here and here in Nevada. So we'll see. I think that I'll be surprised if it goes red, but it could, but I'd be surprised. 51% is reporting, and it's tight. It's a 14,000 vote, not even a 14,000 vote difference in Arizona. It's tight. This I'm surprised they haven't called. Once it's called, can it be changed? Theoretically, yes, but it won't. Theoretically, yes, but it won't. I didn't say we won't get PA. I said it's just looking more like Trump right now. I'm giving you the scenario. If she doesn't win, whoever wins PA, they have an easier path to victory. Let me see if there's an update on the malware report. Hold on. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of people voting today. A lot of people voting today. Let's look and see what the updates are here. Polls are closed in Alaska. Brett Harris won in New Mexico. We knew that a while ago. U.S. officials are still investigating source of bomb threats at polling locations. This was in the states that received threats today, bomb threats today, were in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia. And they had to evacuate polling places in the wake of these threats, some of which the FBI previously confirmed originated from Russian email domains and deemed non-credible. Counting continues in Philadelphia. So Philadelphia right now is a problem. The city of Philadelphia says that here's what it says about this. This is 22 minutes ago. This is for Pennsylvania. The city of Philadelphia has received 202,713 mail-in ballots. Remember, they can't count. Pennsylvania can't start counting until election night, election day, and another 437,427 votes that have been cast at polling places, and that was as of 11:55 p.m. I believe local time. It could have been my time, though. I don't know. The city's results are important because Harris will need a large pickup there to win Pennsylvania. So basically right now, as you're looking at Pennsylvania, you're not seeing Philadelphia's results. You're not seeing Philadelphia's results as of right now. So I like how I read you guys what happens. You're like, well, Pennsylvania's good. Like they're still out 600,000 votes in Philadelphia, but it's going to go red. We don't know that. That's the point. That's why I'm saying I can't call it. We don't know that. Is Hawaii green? Hawaii's red, blue. Hawaii always is blue. Alaska's always red. You're welcome, Ricky. Yeah, Deborah, tell me about it. I know. I don't know who's going to win. I don't know who's going to win. Yeah, we're looking at Nevada. Nevada, you still have a lot coming in. The gap keeps closing more and more. You still have a lot coming in from Clark County. That's going to basically make it. Did I say Philly is going to go red? I did not say that. Somebody said Pennsylvania is still going to go red. I think that Philly will go blue, but she needs a large pick-me-up out of Philadelphia in order to close the gap. So right now it says that there's 202,713 mail-in ballots, another 437,427 votes cast at polling places, and that those results are important. This is just Philadelphia specifically. That's Philadelphia specifically. So you're looking at basically between the two, 640,000 votes in Philadelphia that you don't have numbers for yet. So right now in Pennsylvania, you're looking at about a $220,000 vote discrepancy. Harris is down 200,000 votes in PA, and the numbers coming out of Philadelphia could change that. Okay, yeah, we do have another one to call. She went up to 214. New Hampshire has been officially called for Harris. That's not a surprise. No, somebody said she's not going to go. I agree. She's not going to get all votes. But if she gets half the votes or 3/4 of the votes in Philadelphia. Let's take a look real quick. Philadelphia is very blue. Like you can look right here at this map right here. Philadelphia is very blue. It's also very populous. It's a population density thing. So if more votes come in from there, that's 600,000, and let's just say 40%, 50% of them. Well, maybe you need more than that. You would need basically like 60 to 70% of them to be in her favor, which is very likely in Philadelphia for her to be able to switch the state back to blue. And that's all. Again, that's why I'm saying Pennsylvania is not over, because it's not over. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm conservative in calling it because that's just how I am. So I'm gonna Utah State lacrosse fan said something. I want to address it because I think it's a very interesting comment. They said Kamala's not winning the popular vote is very telling. So this is one of those things where, yes, she is definitely not winning the popular vote right now. California, once they get all the votes counted for California, that number will change drastically. Because California is 40 million people. And so that'll sway it a lot. You really can't look at the total picture by what you're seeing right now, especially when it comes to popular vote or even for electoral vote, because with the states that are still remaining, Alaska's going to go red. That's a given. Minnesota's going to go blue. That, in my opinion, is a given. So Maine, you could have one vote split off to Trump, two votes split off to Trump, whatever. That's possible. So Maine's one to watch. But then you have Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the ones that you watch. Fox News called Pennsylvania. Is that true? I've not seen it here. Fox might have said it. Fox tends to jump the gun a little bit, and maybe that's true. But it's, we'll see. We'll see. When we had 20 minutes ago, they said there's 600,000 votes coming out of Philadelphia. We'll see. You guys see how I am on this. I will say whatever, but I don't think we're not going to know. Here's the thing. We're not going to know Pennsylvania tonight. We're not going to know tonight, Pennsylvania. Fox is fake. Yeah, y'all yell at me for doing CNN or Fox, but then y'all scream it when it's in here. It's kind of funny. I don't think we're going to find out tonight. There, people were saying that Fox has called Pennsylvania. I'm not seeing it here yet. When AP calls it, then I'll call it. That's all. It's not, guys, it's not my personal opinion or feelings. It's what I'm literally looking at on the screen. This is who I have chosen. This right here is who I have chosen on this. But yeah. So we're going to find out. If she loses Pennsylvania, she's not necessarily cooked. I said there's still a path to victory if he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska. Now, if he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska, she has to win everything else, including all of Maine's votes. There's not much to talk about with Wisconsin yet. All the votes aren't in. They're still tallying. You got 87 in. It's very close. I don't know what counties are still reporting. Lots coming out of Madison. I don't know where they're coming from yet. I think that Wisconsin will go back to blue. I think Michigan will go back to blue once Detroit starts coming in. So we'll see. But aren't we just all on the edge of our seats with this? How did she get 4 points? New Hampshire. Pennsylvania can't split. It's Pennsylvania is a winner-take-all state. Well, I'm not trying to give anybody hope, positive or negative or false or anything. I'm just trying to give off the reality of the situation. That's all. Some people are saying, I love it. People are saying she won Pennsylvania. He won Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is not in. From what I can tell, what I can see, what I am reading, Pennsylvania has not been called yet. That's all. If you want to, again, like I said before, like I said when we talked about Georgia, you want to sit here and say that Georgia's been called, totally fine, doesn't bother me. But that's not what I see from where I'm at. I don't know what the math in Maine is currently. He's not won yet. There's still a lot of states out here that are still working. He's not won yet. She is not won yet either, and she's not lost. Pennsylvania's 19 electoral. Newsmax just called Pennsylvania for Trump. Yeah, Newsmax is definitely not a reliable source. You don't think CNN and Fox are reliable. Newsmax and OAM are like the least reliable. Can electoral votes decrease? No. Oh, you mean like in general? I guess, yeah, if population changes, a state could potentially lose them, but not in here. Can't the states already called flips with mail-in votes? I like people like, you lost. You guys, again, I'm not coming at this. You guys are very emotional, and that's okay. The men especially are very, you can always tell it's men by the way they react, that men are very emotional. This isn't about me winning or losing. This is about me just giving you guys the facts from the standpoint that we have looking at the facts. That's all. That's what it is. Like the guy's like, you love Kamala, you lost. Y'all are dumb. Just call it what it is. Y'all are cactuses, potatoes. Because all I'm doing is looking at a screen here and giving you the knowledge based on what we have right here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I am saying. The shirt that I'm wearing right now says everything is terrible. And based on a lot of the people who are in my live, that is an accurate statement. Because some of y'all are making me lose brain cells. Not all of y'all, but some of y'all. And that being said, all I'm telling you guys is that I am reading this and telling you what the case is. I'm not showing bias or emotion. I'm just saying the reality is what the reality is. That votes are still coming in. This is what Pennsylvania is saying. This is what Georgia's saying. You know, let me tell you guys a story for those of y'all who don't follow me real quick, okay? I do true crime and current events primarily, and a little over a year and a half ago, there was a case where a woman named Carly Russell faked her kidnapping, and it was a whole thing. And it was very obvious in a lot of cases when it came to light that she had faked her kidnapping, but I wouldn't call it until official news sources called it, because that's how I operate. And you don't have to like that that's how I operate, but that's how I operate, and that's just the bottom line, and that's okay. But it's not being said with emotions. It's being said with just the facts that we're seeing in front of us. That's all. I'm running down Newsmax, which has been right all night. I'm running down Newsmax because I'm not watching Newsmax, because in general, Newsmax is it's like if I was saying, okay, the person's about Newsmax. If I was saying I'm going off of CNN all night, you would be the first one to be like, you're doing CNN. You're a damn liberal. Why are you listening to that? But because you like Newsmax, it's okay. It doesn't matter if they're not right all the time, right? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I'm not going off CNN. I'm not going off Fox. I'm not going off Newsmax. I'm not going off OAM. I'm going off AP, which is very conservative when it comes to this. That's all. Somebody told me to relax. I'm not unrelaxed. I'm just telling you guys how it works. That's all. That's all. That's all. I'm looking at what's right in front of me, and I'm telling you what's in front of me. That's all. Not emotional, just facts. Anyways. I've never heard of Kalish. I'll have to check that out. I know people love to rage bait. They're not going to get me because I'll just remind them that they have the intelligence of a rattle. I get very salty, by the way, if you're new here and you get me in my lives and stuff, I can get very salty with people because I can't stand stupidity. And assholery. So that's it. As somebody just said, this is a great way of putting it. AP is cautious with calling. They basically don't call early for sensationalism or views. They don't care. That's what it is. The Food Network is called Pennsylvania. So the people keep telling me to cope harder. I'm a millennial, and I'm an older millennial, as Gen Z likes to call me, geriatric millennial. I don't know what that means, so it's not hitting like the way you think that it is. And that's all. MTV called it. You know what? I heard that VH1 called it. There you go. That's where we're at right now. She is not won Pennsylvania. He has not won Pennsylvania officially. BET called it. Rolling Stone magazine called it. Oh, PBS, Disney, Nickelodeon. Yeah, there you go. Nickelodeon called it. Cartoon Network. Now, TMZ would be. Diddy called it. Will you stream Trump or Kamala if they speak? If I can figure out how to do it, yes. Yeah, I was born in 82, so like when you keep telling me like certain Gen Z terms, I don't know what they mean. So that's okay with me. Doesn't hit like you want them to. He needs more than just PA to win. He would need PA in one more state or one of Maine's votes. I'm a zennial. Somebody's like, bro, trying to hold on. The Kingdom Riz guy. There you go. See, like that guy. I can't even reason with because that generation is something else. You probably already answered this, but how come Kamala won California 5 minutes after the polls closed? That's a great question because there are certain states that you just know are going to be. So like Trump won Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma immediately, South Carolina immediately after the polls closed because that's typically the way it goes. California, Oregon, and Washington always go blue. Always go blue, just like Hawaii was called immediately. I'm actually shocked that they've not called Alaska for Trump officially. I'm shocked that they haven't officially called Alaska. Because that should be whatever it is. Jerry Springer called it. Geraldo Rivera called it. Freddie Mercury. Do I think Puerto Rico should be able to vote? I think Puerto Rico and Guam should be able to vote. I think that if you're a U.S. territory, you deserve representation. I mean, that's just my opinion. Jessica just said you're the current news version of Ryan Hall. And I'm here. Man, Jessica, that's like the biggest compliment I've ever gotten. For real. For real, for real. So, Ryan Hall called it. Kanye called West. Man, you're bringing out some Cold War stuff, Stinky. Western Germany there. Puerto Rico will vote VU, and we don't need that. Here's the thing: if you're it's not fair for a territory that's under our leadership and the rules that we make has to pay taxes and doesn't get representation. That's just the bottom line. That's the bottom line. I do not find Newsmax as a reliable source. I don't find Newsmax, OAN, Fox, or CNN as overly reliable sources. Do I use them from time to time? Absolutely, because the sensationalized headlines make for great content. There we go. There's still hope, but it's dwindling. I like News Nation. I've actually been on I've been on News Nation multiple times. So yeah, I like News Nation. They didn't automatically call Alaska because of 2020. Alaska switched to ranked voting. Gotcha. Interesting, James. So I didn't know this. I'm going to pin what you said. So James just said for Alaska, the reason that it's not been automatically called is because in 2020, Alaska switched over to ranked voting, which is the first year that this choice will be based on that system. So I don't know exactly what that means. BuzzFeed called it. Was it a quiz? Did it call it through a quiz, Austin? I hope it did. I think ABC is fairly reliable. Would you say we're still in the red mirage phase? I think in some of these areas, yeah. I think Alaska's going to go red. I think Nevada will probably go blue. So I think it's in red mirage. Arizona, I don't know. I've had a lot of Arizonans in here say that they think it'll go blue. I'm not ready to say that. Minnesota will definitely stay blue. Wisconsin, I would expect Wisconsin and Michigan to change. Pennsylvania, though, I don't know. Can you stop the swings at this point? No, you cannot. I was always like, my poll is wrong. It's not my poll, my guy. It is the Associated Press's, and they are very conservative at calling because they don't do sensationalism on it. I don't know what The Simpsons said. Somebody said Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot called it. Funny. Could Kamala still win? Yes, but I think that the chances are dwindling. Kamala did not win Missouri. You are very mistaken there. I don't think Michigan's going to be red. Detroit's having some issues, and Detroit has not started. Detroit's ballots haven't really started rolling in yet. Don't care what Fox says. Don't care what CNN says. I'm going off of this. If you want to get, again, I've said it 1,000 times now. If you want it off of Fox and CNN, totally okay. Go to their fight. Go to them to get stay updated. I'm going off of this. I don't think we're going to have Pennsylvania called tonight. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think we will. Why do I think our chances are dwindling if you believe so many states are likely to turn blue? Because the states... Okay, so that's a great question. Let me try to explain the answer to that. Because a lot of the states in play don't carry a lot of electoral votes. If he gets Pennsylvania and he gets one of Maine's, it's over. He's at 270. And Alaska, of course, which he's going to get Alaska. I feel confident. I feel fairly confident saying that Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, and possibly all of Maine will go to her. But she would have to get all of them. And that's where it becomes a harder feat for her. That's a harder thing for her to make up. Well, and somebody saying it's leading in those states. It doesn't necessarily matter that he's leading in those states right now. That's where they talk about with red and blue mirages. That the counties that typically report first are the ones that have lower population because it's easier to get those results, into the state quicker. Because, if you have a county, especially like you're talking about Nevada and Arizona, especially when you have like the real rural areas that there isn't high population density, it's real easy. Same thing with Alaska. It's a really easy to get these results back. If you have, towns that are 20,000, 10,000, 15,000 people, those results come back real quick. But, in Arizona, you got to look at like Phoenix. In Nevada, you got to look at Reno and Las Vegas. So that's kind of what I'm saying. So you could have like the real easy low-hanging fruit counties come in first, and then the more metropolitan areas could swing it back to blue. That's all. Will we see any more calls tonight? Probably. The screen is refreshed. I don't understand what ranked voting is, so I cannot explain that, no. A lot of people are coming over to YouTube from TikTok because the chat's a lot less crazy. I do think that I think that she's going to get Nevada. I think that she's going to get Minnesota. I think that those two are probably pretty safe for her. Mail-ins are still being counted. So I'm looking at South Dakota. I'm like, what's that? Look at South Dakota. All right, so it's Minnesota. She's up. Somebody said that it called, but I've not seen it called here, so I'm not going to call that. Oh, Rebecca, because people like to say stuff. That's why. I don't think Pennsylvania is going to be called tonight. That's my opinion. Minnesota showed light blue right now, so I'm not going to officially call it until it's there. Is PA missing 600,000 votes, supposedly, out of Philadelphia? Yes. Oh, Alaska's going to go red. Alaska's going to go red for sure. That's my prediction. Okay, so somebody's kind of giving us an explanation of ranked voting. Thank you for this. I believe ranked voting is when you vote for a candidate, and if your first candidate loses your vote, goes to the next candidate. You marked and repeat till last candidate. I still don't understand. You know what? Let's ask AI. Because that still doesn't. I think that you're trying to explain it, and I still don't get it. Hold on. Let's explain ranked voting. Okay. Okay, even when it explains it to me, I still don't get it, but I'm going to read it to you anyways. And I had it put it in very simplistic terms. Just imagine that you're in a class and it's voting for what game to play. And you have three choices: basketball, tag, or jump rope. Instead of picking one favorite game, your teacher asks everyone to make a list. Write 1 next to your favorite game, 2 next to your second favorite, 3 next to your last choice. Let's say there are 20 kids voting. 8 kids put basketball first, 7 kids put tag first, 5 kids put jump rope first. Since no game got more than half of the votes, you would need 11 votes to win. Something different happens. Jump rope got the least number 1 votes, so it's out. But those 5 kids who loved jump rope aren't ignored, so we look at their second choice, and let's say 3 of them put tag second, but put basketball second. Then the new count would be basketball gets 10 and tag gets 10, and then it's a tie, and then you have to look at everybody's choices till it wins. This is the most complex way to do something. It sounds dumb. Like, why do this? Like, why do that? That's like, y'all, Alaska doing too much, guys. Alaska doing too much. That's all I'm saying. Like, I get it, but it's... No, I get it. It's just dumb. I get it, but it's dumb. Maine does that too. It just seems like let's take the popular vote and go that route. It seems like that's easier to do. The states left aren't necessarily fully updated. And again, you have to realize that there's still votes outstanding. So this one hasn't updated in a while. Michigan hasn't updated in a while. You're still waiting for stuff out of Detroit. Wisconsin is close. Minnesota hasn't updated. Alaska hasn't updated, but it's going to go red. Arizona hasn't updated in a while. They've been sitting around. Oh, it has a little bit, I guess. No, it's about the same. 26,000, 27,000 votes difference. And Nevada hasn't really updated that much. Maine, I'm surprised we're still looking at Maine. And then Pennsylvania, we can look at that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the Electoral College, like, there was I get why we needed the Electoral College. So I want to see the precincts in Maine. Yeah, I can show you. There you go. I mean, they're all in, but none of them are fully official. Like, I get why there was a need for the Electoral College. I truly do. Like, I get it. But with technology and the ability to do what we do now, I don't understand why we can't just go off straight popular vote. Yeah, they forgot about Maine. Do I see a flip happening? I mean, in some of the states that are light red, but anything that's dark red or dark blue, no, I don't see a flip. Yeah, Arizona will probably take a while. We might not know. Maine went to bed. He's not won popular vote yet. That's still very early to call that. California still is only reporting 45 of their precincts. They've got vote counts in at totaling around 8 million, and they're a state that's got 40 million people. Now, obviously 40 million people didn't vote. But so I you know, California could soar her past in popular vote. That's very possible. Popular, don't even, like, here's what I'm going to tell you guys. Don't even look at popular vote tonight because there's no way you're going to know. I'm not even talking. I'm talking about California right now. I'm even talking about PA. Yeah, she could win. I think she'll probably win Nevada. If you guys want the map updated, you guys need to call the Associated Press and tell them to update their map. Okay? All right. Feel free to give them a call. Let me find their number for you. Find your number for you. You can call them. Hold on. Okay, so if you'd like to call the Associated Press to tell them to update their map, this is for you, Nunya. If you want to call the Associated Press and tell them to update their map, you can reach them at 877-836-9477. Now, I know you didn't have a pen, so let me repeat that again, okay? 877-836-9477. Give them a call and tell them that you need them to update their map because you saw it on TikTok and you're not happy about it. I'm sure they will get right on it for you. Just tell them who you are and they'll get right on it for you. There you go. It's pinned. It's pinned. No, Nevada can't split. That really is the Associated Press. That's really the AP's number, for real. On the main, electoral votes are showing one dark blue. I can see if I can see that here. The AP might not have called that yet. He's not won Wisconsin or Michigan or Nevada or Arizona. He is going to win Alaska. No, I'm not in denial. I just look at facts based on the map that I've chosen to look at tonight. It's not delusional. It's not denial. It's just the reality of what I'm literally looking at right now. Fox can be reliable, but I don't usually follow them mostly for the reliability of it. Let me see if CNN is called. I got CNN up here real quick. Let's see what CNN's saying. Let me tell you, can I tell you guys something? If he had won officially to the point that most people agree, you would be getting 10,000 notifications on your phone right now. So I'm going to say that that's not necessarily correct at this point. That's all. I'm not saying that it isn't correct, but I'm not saying that it is. Does popular vote matter for the presidential election? No, not at all. Why is he making speeches? He likes to make speeches. That's why he's making a speech. Not in denial. I'm just telling you. Oh my God. You guys some of y'all give me such a headache because y'all are really dumb. Like, that's just where we're at tonight. Like, you mistake facts and looking at a map on a screen for denial and delusion. Like, I'm not even calling Minnesota for her yet. You're very confused. You guys are very confused. Nora goes, bro, map says she lost. She's not going to win. Nora doesn't. We learned that Nora just told us she doesn't know how to read an electoral map. We just learned that tonight about Nora. Thank you, Nora. Your questions aren't dumb, KDS. I'm not talking about you. I promise you. Questions aren't an issue. No, I'm not saying that I know better. I'm just looking at the map from the Associated Press. I assume the Associated Press knows better. It's not my personal opinion, y'all. Not my personal opinion. Looking at a map. It's really, really easy to look at a map and read it if you know what you're looking at, if you understand the process. I'm not saying that he didn't win, but I'm saying that what I'm looking at doesn't show it. I like this map because they're conservative and they don't sensationalize things just for the sake of views. That's all. And I can tell you right now that if he had officially won, you would have 10,000 updates on your phone. So if and when that happens, I'll be the first to tell you guys when it comes across the AP. But right now it's not there. And that's all I'm saying. Hold on. So I can't. Let me just boop. Because my people are telling me to open my Discord, which is closed. So give me a second here. All right. If it opens. Wayne, you can see that I'm not really on a computer. That's just the issue, guys. I'm not trying to, whatever. Have I had food and water? I've had alcohol and some little snacks. AB still has the same map. Sorry, let me move that out of the way. What am I looking at, guys? Okay, so for Nevada, we probably won't know them tonight at all. Mail-in ballots are postmarked by today's date, can be counted up until November 8th. So we might not know tonight. People still want to argue for no reason, so sorry, people. That's fine. I'm not worried. Okay, here's the thing. If you've decided that he won and it's called, that's totally cool. That's not what I'm seeing here yet, and I report based on what we're seeing. And if it's slower than the process than you like, totally okay. Totally okay. Go celebrate. If you're happy that he won and whatever you saw it on, go celebrate. If you're not happy, go do whatever it is you do. That's the opposite of celebrating. And you don't need to watch any more election lives. That's all. But in my live, I'm looking at the AP's map, and that's what we're looking at here. That's all. That's all. And it's okay if you don't like it. Totally fine. So, yeah, you probably, I think, got one of Maine's. Red Mirage is red, and it's not just a red Mirage, it's a blue Mirage too. Red and blue Mirages are basically that votes start to come in. It looks like one candidate's ahead, but then more votes start to come in from more populous areas or from different areas, and not cancel them out, but show a different, and it goes to blue. So, that's kind of how that works. Okay, if you guys have decided that he won, then go celebrate, do whatever. That's not what I'm seeing here. So we're gonna. Georgia was called because Georgia was called. AP refresh. This map will automatically refresh by itself. I don't have to do anything. That's why I like this one. Somebody asked. I'm not mad. Do I sound mad? I'm just kind of keeping the same tone and cadence. I'm just trying to explain stuff to people who don't seem to understand stuff. I sound mad. I sound defeated. I sound tired of explaining the same thing. Frustrated is probably the best word. Frustrated and tired. And it's not frustration from the election. It's frustration from a lot of y'all. just to be honest. Oh, Alaska's going to go red. You know, the funny thing for the people that are like, what time is it for me? It is 1 a.m. Well, we're at 9,000 now. We were at 35,000 earlier. Can we look at the numbers? I mean, there's not really a lot of updates on these because they're still counting. This is where Wisconsin's at. This is where Minnesota's at. I'll let it stay up for a second. But again, you have to take all of these numbers with a grain of salt because you don't. At least I don't know what cities are reporting. So you might be looking at these numbers, and some of the larger cities might have some of the larger cities, like you look in Wisconsin, like Green Bay, or Oshkosh or Madison, for example, they might have only reported 20% of their numbers. So versus the overall state reporting more of that. So you kind of have to look at it that way. And this is Michigan, kind of the same thing. But Detroit, we don't have a lot of numbers out of Detroit. So again, you got to take some of these numbers with a real grain of salt at this point. Nevada, same thing. The polls closed late. So you still don't have a lot out of Las Vegas yet, and these numbers are 45,000 apart. Arizona, kind of the same thing. Look how tight Arizona is. You're talking a 19,000 difference at the moment. Alaska, this is going to go red. I have no qualms or questions about Alaska. That's what's going to happen. Pennsylvania is going to be the one to watch. Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to go ahead and say this. I do not believe we will hear an official answer from Pennsylvania or a true unofficial answer from Pennsylvania or Nevada tonight. Where did he get the 1 point out of Maine? If PA flips, he will say it was rigged. Maybe. If here's the thing. With PA, here's what I'm going to tell you about PA. Whoever wins PA, it's going to be very, very tight. It's going to be very tight. Yeah, I want to look at this. For people who are saying that PA is called, I'm going to pin this comment real quick. I'm in PA. Lines were still outside at 11 p.m. I last checked. Fox, my understanding from people coming in here is that Fox is calling Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is still, at this point, waiting for results from like Philadelphia. I think there's like 600,000 votes out of Philly that they're still waiting on. So yeah, well, Hawaii's going to be called absolutely with no reporting. And I'm surprised Alaska isn't. There are certain states that are going to be called with no reporting. For Hawaii, Hawaii's going to go blue every time. California, Oregon, and Washington, they're going to go blue every time. You can immediately call Tennessee, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Oklahoma, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, and Utah. You can call all of those red immediately because that's how they go. That's why they do it. That's why they do it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Reagan won California 40 years ago, Kent. 40 years ago. And he was the governor of California. And that was the last time they went red. 40 years ago. It depends on what else is called. I'm going to wait to see before you ask me if it's mathematically possible to see if AP calls anything else tonight. Y'all, here's the thing. You can... My wife's texting me. On. All right. Somebody says, I don't want to look it up. It's not that I don't want to look it up. I've chosen... why is this dog up here? I'm looking at the Associated Press. That's all. So... same map as you, changed to 248. I'm just gonna let this dog bark. I don't even give a fuck anymore. No, it's not about petting him. He comes in here and he'll be even worse. He'll be even worse, I promise you. We actually took him to a consultation with a trainer today to do a board and train with him because of how ridiculous he is. No, we're not neglecting a dog. Believe me, my dogs are very much not a glutton. Believe me, they are the opposite of neglected. I can promise you that. No, he's fine. This is how he is literally all the time. He never stops. He's a King Charles Cavalier. And look, and y'all are saying Fox News said this, CNN said this. That's great. Go get their stuff from them. Teach him how to bark on command and never give him a candy. Yeah, that's hopefully what they're going to do. Again, I'm going off the AP. This is when I sat down tonight, I was like, who am I gonna go off of? And I chose to go off of the AP because of them being conservative in the way that they call elections without the sensationalism. So if you want to go off of Fox or CNN or Newsmax or whoever, New York Times, go for it. That's cool. Go for it. Doesn't bother me. This is what I'm going off of. They're going to report all throughout the night. If something updates at 3 in the morning, they'll update. Too soon to tell if I think Harris still has a path to victory. Too soon to tell. Am I going to be live in the morning? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what I got going on tomorrow. We'll see where we're at. Do I think we'll know much more tonight? I don't know. Pennsylvania, a lot of people are saying that Pennsylvania's been called. AP's not saying that. I know that somebody in here who was in Pennsylvania is saying that Philly is usually very blue, yes. People are saying that people are still in line at in Pennsylvania, or they were at 11 p.m. So, I don't know. Again, if you wanna believe Pennsylvania's called and that he won, totally cool. It doesn't hurt anything to do that. I just would rather see it come from this map before I made any calls. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And that's okay if you don't like that. I tend to be conservative with things like this too. I try not to sensationalize and call things ahead of time. That's just how I am. And that's okay if you don't like that, but that's just how I am. Ligma, me too. Me too. I muted you on your account. My mods probably muted you. That's probably what happened. Probably because you were being a jackass. If you got muted, it was either one of two things. Either it was on accident or you were being a jackass. Those are the only two reasons you get modded or get muted. Or spamming. Or spamming. But I do like how, you know what's funny though? I do like how you've determined I'm a Kamala supporter because I blocked you. That's fun. WW, how do drinking. We are close to 2 million likes. Can we try to get that number up? That would be awesome. I'm not really being defensive. I'm just kind of answering it. I like to get snarky. The later it gets, the more I drink, the snarkier I get. Not blocked, just muted. All right, you can say that it's obvious. Think whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Think what you want. Again, doesn't affect me. Well, if you got muted for just sending red hearts, you should not have been muted for that. That's not disrespectful or anything like that. That's not being mean. That's not being whatever. We mute when you're jackasses, yeah. Absolutely we do. Let me go see my YouTube friends. They're nicer. Yeah, the one that you could also get muted by spamming the that's true. You can by spamming they'll do it. Trevor goes, oh, he got his little. I'm telling you guys, it's quote unquote men that get so emotional. So emotional. This refreshes all. Did I use AP in 2020? I wasn't a creator in 2020. Well, I was, but it wasn't until after the election. Or was I? I didn't do social media in 2020. I don't think it's kind of behind. I choose this one because they don't jump the gun. I like AP because they don't jump the gun. Oh, I know Alaska's going to go red. That's without a doubt. Somebody said almost every woman in this chat hasn't been emotional. We've been super civil no matter who we voted for. Yeah, I believe that too. Most women are pretty good about it. It's honestly, I mean, and I say this on my platform a lot. A lot of very emotionally immature men tend to be a problem. Men who don't know how to hurt their feelings because mommy didn't hug them enough when they were 8. That's kind of really what it is. I mean, that's just the bottom line. There was a TikTok about that not too long ago where it's like a woman can go have a C-section, do whatever the case they want, whatever they need to do. They're expected to do so much. But a man can be sad because mommy didn't hug him when he was 10 and he still bitches about that throughout his life. That's just the bottom line. I have always gotten along better with women and girls when I was younger, girls, but now women, than men, because most men are dumb. I mean, it's just the bottom line. Most are so dumb. Like, I don't know how a lot of y'all deal with us. I really don't. I really don't. Well, if you want to shoot me, the one who just said that, Shelly, if you want to email me, when you get to my email, my website is justinthenickofcrime.com. Shoot me an email about what happened. I'd be very curious to know what you said, what you have there. Like, isn't it easy for y'all just become like lesbians? Isn't that easier for y'all? White Lotus, I still think the same thing, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Shelly, well, shoot me, if you don't mind. I mean, I'd be interested if you want to share it, shoot me an email, is all I'm saying. My name is Justin. I chose Justin the Nick. It used to be Justin on TikTok. But then my agent was like, you need to get TikTok out of your name so you can grow on other platforms. And so I did, and we did. It was a whole thing. Just so you guys know, though, there is a procedure coming out of, if you think that you need men for procreation, you really don't. There's a procedure coming out, I think in Japan they've been kind of testing it, where they can basically and fertilize an egg through cells in your own body or somebody else's body. They don't even have... just saying, you can do it all by yourself. You don't even need us anymore. Just saying. Because I'm seeing like some of the choices you guys have in my chat, and my God. Like, why do y'all want to do that? Like, why do y'all want to put yourselves through that? It's not quite cloning, no. I'll do a video on it in the near future. No, insurance probably won't pay for that. You're right. We do have our moments, some of us. You're correct. But I don't think it is inbreeding. I don't know why Maine's taking so long. I am fading quickly, though, guys. Somebody said Haley goes to the dating pool. Yeah, I am so glad that I met my wife in college, and I didn't have to deal with dating apps. I met her in 2006. We started dating in 2006. Danny wants to get muted. Oh, Danny, what kind of car do you have before I mute you? Hold on, don't mute me. I want to see what kind of car he's got. I want to see if it's a good car or a bad car. It's a truck. That's not a car, Danny. You're confused. Danny's confused. He doesn't know the difference between a car and a truck. Poor Danny. I was hoping it'd be a cool truck. Ford's better. Ford's better. Leave it alive before I go through. Oh, God, no. The Cyber... Look, okay, so I own a DeLorean for real. And the Cybertruck just pisses me off. Nah, fuck Chevy, y'all. I got an F-150. Great car. Great truck. Oh, yeah, there you go. Sorry, I messed up my camera when I was trying to look at... My dream car is a DeLorean, and I have that. But I also want a mid-'80s Porsche. So if y'all feel like gifting me, go for it. Oh, Aqua, you hush your mouth with Chevy better for real. I don't refresh AP. My likes might be stuck. It's possible because there's no way it's still at 18 like that. This will cause the Civil War right here, Chevy. Danny, you still want me to mute you? Because I will if you want. But I feel like we've gotten past that. I like the Ford Raptor. I think it's pretty... Every time I see one, it's awesome. I also love the Bronco Raptor. Yeah, Kamala's going to win. Heck, yeah, California, 100%. No, Danny doesn't care if I do. Or if I, he's like, whatever. Can I raise the screen up? Sure, I can try to. I mean, there's not much. All right, Danny, well, then you're saved for now. Although a 2024 Chevy Suburban Diesel does sound pretty nice. I will give you that. I don't want to give you that, but I will give it to you. It sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, my IG is a ghost now. We can shut IG down then if you want. Yeah, there's 15 people on here. Okay, IG people, if you're still here, go over to YouTube or TikTok. Yeah, sometimes the likes get to a point where they're just like too many and it won't go up anymore. Maine had a lot of states had historic turnout. All right. Man, we have been live nonstop for 4 hours. It's 20 gallons and goes 700. That's pretty awesome. So I have a 36. I get about the same type of mile. Well, not quite that. I get, I think like 711 or 720 is the max I get. And I have a 36-gallon tank. So you're kind of winning. But I don't know if it works out price-wise because diesel's a little bit more expensive. Although I don't know why diesel's more expensive because it's less refined. So I don't really know why. I think that diesel used to be cheaper, like back in the 90s. Yeah, capitalism. Yeah, part of it. Those of y'all old enough to remember, it used to be. I don't want a GMC. I like my Ford. Plus, it's paid off. It's the map. Where'd the map go? Oh, sorry, I did that with the Instagram thing. My bad, guys. I'm tired. There we go. Oh, we got to 1.9, so we're close to 2 million. I've not seen the Hyundai Heritage. Well, Joe Exotic did suspend his campaign to put full support behind Donald Trump. Somebody asked if Harris can still make the push. I think she can, but I think chances are dwindling. You have a 79 Mercedes. I love Mercedes. We have two Mercedes. We have C300 Cabrio and an AMG GLB. Plus the truck. Plus the DeLorean. Too many cars. Well, Pennsylvania's not really, I mean, it's at 95, but again, you have some of the bigger districts still aren't in, so. I mean, based on what this is looking like, it looks like he's probably going to win. That's where it's looking at. Some people have already called it. Do I need roads where I'm going? Sometimes. Well, he's going to definitely get Alaska. Who do you want me to see? You want me to see this? Yeah, I'm live. You're in a live. Of course I'm live. I might give it about 12 more minutes and then go to bed. Kim, I think I don't know about Pennsylvania, but I think he's probably going to win the race. That's where it's looking at. Well, that's because I'm going to go till 1:30. Somebody's like, well, 12 minutes is very specific. I'm going to go till 12:30 or till 1:30, and then I'm going to... I got any advice on what? Oh, my dream truck. It would probably be something older, honestly. I tend to favor the old stuff. Probably like... I don't know, man. I do like a Chevy square body. Those are pretty good looking. Those are pretty good looking. An International would be good. I don't know. Can we count a Scout? Chevelles are nice, but but if I was going to go American Muscle, it'd be GTO. It'd be GTO all day. I can see your comments. I just choose to ignore some comments. That's all. Well, we know Michigan says we'll know tonight. Michigan has said that. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, I'm heading off at 2:30. I'm going at 1:30, 10 more minutes because I'm tired. Oh, something about an old Buick LeSabre. I had 278 Buick LeSabres. Yeah, they are like tanks. I said it had a GTO 3-speed for his first car. Don DeLorean built that, designed that car. That's one of the reasons I like it. I mean, you can see Alaska. It's going to go red. I mean, that's definitely going to go red, 100%. How do I chat in YouTube? One of my mods can probably tell you that. I don't really know because I'm always in it through StreamYard. I think you just go into the live and then there's a way to chat if you're there. Stacy goes, raise your hand if you have... Let's do this here on both sides. Raise your hand or whatever if you have to get to work in the morning and or have a kid to get ready for school. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Me too. You'd be out the door in 2 hours. Jeez. Me too, guys. Me too. For my TikTok friends, we still got 6,800 people in here. Is there possible to see if we can get that number, the 1.9 million up to 2,000 or to 2 million? That would be awesome before I go. And by the way, if you like the way we've handled the coverage or you think that I'm ridiculous, either way, somebody said there's a box that says live chat for YouTube, by the way. Please hit that follow button. Again, something free that you can do. That helps me out tremendously. And it's easy, and I'm tired, and I wish I could stay with you guys throughout the whole night till we had the map refreshes on its own. I don't have to refresh the map. It does it all by itself. See, look, I'll show you something. See the time up here? Updated at 1:22. Every minute it updates. Every minute. I can't leave it live because TikTok gets really mad about it because they suck. That is the bottom line. They do. Map on dial-up internet. No, I'm not going to stay up till 2 a.m. I'm gone in 7 minutes. That's why I was saying, please hit the follow button. I really don't know how many times I have to say that. I don't know what you said. Sorry. The latest sleeps on TikTok every night. That's terrible. Where can you find them? If you just Google electoral map, it should show up in Google. I did it through Chrome. I'm sorry, Chuck. I'm tired. I've been up for a while. I've been live for 4 hours and 8 minutes straight. Yay, we hit 2 million. Hold on, I'm going to do something. Can I do this? I can't do it for both of y'all. We hit 2 million, so I'm going to do this on there. Here, guys. Hold on. Yay. That's how we're going to do that. I should have been doing like an air horn or like that noise, which I was doing it on YouTube, but I should have been doing that every time we had a state close here. I should have pulled my headphones off and did that. Oh, well, too little, too late. I don't think anybody's still in Pennsylvania in line. I mean, it's 2 a.m. It's 2:30 in the morning there. I don't think anybody in Pennsylvania is still in live. I don't know I don't really follow the New York Times. They piss me off too because they make you pay to read their stuff. And I do, again, a lot of true crime and stuff like that. So I sometimes try to go to their articles and they're a pain in the butt. So I've seen people saying that AP called PA, they just haven't updated their map yet, so that might be the case. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's Stacy, you're not wrong. You can literally take the headline from New York Times or Washington Post and put it in Google and find the article for free. Yeah, AP. This is AP updates the map. Did you guys know though that there's a trick to get away from the paywall on those articles? Did y'all know that there is a trick? You have to be very quick with it, but there is a trick to get around paywalls. Okay, AP just updated the map. There we go. They just called Pennsylvania. Okay, here's how you get behind the paywall. Pennsylvania for Trump, by the way. Here's how you get behind the paywall. I'm going to tell you this, okay? Now, I learned this from a TikTok video, actually. So what you do is you basically turn off the either internet or cellular on your phone, turn off Bluetooth, load the page, and as it's loading, very quickly go in and turn off either Wi-Fi, whichever one you left on, Wi-Fi or cellular, turn it off, and it freezes the page before the paywall can get up. It freezes the page before the paywall can get up. So if you guys need to know how to do that, yeah, I would say it's over. He's at 267. Alaska will be his 3. That's 270, guys. That's 270. It's over. He will 100% get Alaska. Yeah, he's going to get Alaska. So even if she wins everything else, there's no path to victory for her. No, it's true. I mean, I'm saying it. They called Pennsylvania. He will get Alaska for sure. 100%. 100% he's going to get Alaska. Am I not going to stream? So I'm going to bed. I can't. So on YouTube, Kayla, I can't stream from other networks. They give me a violation if I do that, unfortunately. So I can't. I could possibly do it on TikTok. They don't care as much. But I'm tired. But I'm very tired. Because it... But I can't do it on TikTok, or on YouTube, unfortunately. They get mad at me. All right, so I know I said 1:30, but I know a lot of y'all want to go watch the victory speech for him. So if you want to do that, you can go ahead and jump over and do that. Alaska's 3, the last 3 that he needs. But I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired, but I will be live sometime tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be talking about this, because I don't really get into opinions, but we can talk about like, hey, he won, next president of the United States, whatever. We can do that. However, I might be talking about Diddy again tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. So if you want to follow, please do so. I'm going to go to bed. I might make a video real quick before I go to bed. I may make a video before I go to bed, but I'm tired. Then I'm going to go to bed. All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you all for been hanging out for a while. Anything will change? I guess anything's possible, but it's not probable. Okay, you guys please make a video. Y'all will just not let me go to bed. We hit the 2 million. We hit the 2 million. I can't show you, but we did. Anyways, guys, y'all have a great rest of the night. Thank y'all for hanging out and going through this very emotional roller coaster of a night for everybody. If your candidate is the one who won, congratulations. If your candidate's the one who lost, my condolences. And that's all I can say at this point, you know. So, have a good night, guys. Bye, everyone.